We'll open up the subcommittee on liquor. Where the subcommittees have kind of moved around and trying to sort it all out. So at this point, Patusek, Burrows, Walsh, Sullivan's here, Post, here, I'm here, and Spear. It's all yours now. Okay. All right. Relative to brew pub licenses. Aren't I a sponsor of this bill?
Yes, sir. You are.
Oh, the sponsor list is. No, I just print out. Somebody did call me and tell me that this was all wrong. It had the wrong.
I love this.
It had the wrong. It's the wrong. Yeah. So. Okay. All right. We have the.
What the? Oh, this is cool.
Yeah, exactly. So, ignore it. Okay, so.
242, Representative Hunt.
Okay.
I have the original stuff. These are screwed up.
Okay, so we have Walsh, Burrows, Spear. Okay. So Post is not here, and so this is wrong too. Okay, oh there we go. Okay, so you're sitting in for Post. Okay. Everybody understand this bill? This was the from last year when the committee conference we passed the wrong. We were so excited that the senators had caved that we didn't pay attention to what we were passing.
Well, compared to some of the other ones, it seems straightforward.
Okay. Is there anybody here have a problem with us passing this bill? Speak now or forevermore. Hold your peace. Seeing no hands. Okay. I'll make the motion for ought to pass.
Second.
Okay. Any discussion on the motion of ought to pass? So, okay, is everybody clear on who's on the subcommittee? All right. All those in favor, raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
Everybody here.
7. Okay. Yeah, that's the subcommittee. All right. 7 to 0. Okay, moving right along. All right, next is
You're at 81.
restrooms. All right, now come back. Okay, do you guys, how much do you care about this bill?
They're neutral.
First of all, for the record, Mr. Chairman, Chief Mark Armaganian, Director of New Hampshire Liquor Enforcement and Licensing. With me here today is Deputy Chief Danielle Elston, Deputy Director of the same entity. We have been neutral on this piece of legislation due to the fact that we see both sides of the coin here. We see from the licensee perspective, the possibility of miniatures being in the bathrooms, loading up drinks. At the same time, we see the negative effects of leaving a drink on a table, and the story that the representative shared with us, which is horrific. So, so with that being said, I'll leave the technical pieces to Danielle here, but from the 10,000 foot level, that's where we reside right now.
Okay. Any question? Anybody have any? Want to talk? Okay. Just stay right there. All right. So, this is your bill, right, Jared? Okay. No beverage should be served in hallways, kitchens, or other areas now. Because we did last year we passed another bill that allows people to walk around with their drinks anyways, but they're not being served, they're being served in. So someone has to, if they were in the hallway, if the place was, well, I can't say too crowded because there would be fire regulations, but yeah, they still have to come back to the bar to get their drink.
Correct.
And walk around. I guess the question I had was, Jared, was obviously the story you told was a very old story, okay? And I don't know how often this happens. I do remember the days when it did happen. What you then said is, oh, by the way, I did talk to a recent restaurant owner, and he was talking about how the bathroom always seems to be empty. The bag always seems to be a bunch of nippers in the bag, right? In the garbage.
Yeah, I have a family member who used to manage a restaurant, and so when I talked to her, if you remember, the first was it 2023 when we had that bill to help. It was we were passing that bill that would punish over serving. Remember that bill?
Right.
So I was speaking to her, and she said that, like, sometimes when they're emptying out the trash, wherever, they'll see drinks in there.
Right.
And so, I think that happens. Which I think kind of further proves the point that if we think that people know that it's illegal to drink if you're under 21, and if people are going to break that law, or people know that it's legal to bring alcohol into an establishment and then spike their drinks, if you're going to break that law, this isn't like preventing it from happening. They're going to do it anyways, right?
Right.
And so, particularly if you're bringing something from outside the establishment. My main concern and the motivation for this, obviously I share the story, but I think for the most part, people probably are taking, I didn't even know, basically until I worked in this role, that this was illegal in New Hampshire. I think most restaurants owners don't know. I've spoken to some who were surprised to learn this, so they didn't even know it was the thing.
Right.
But my point is what the motivation behind this law, or me putting in this bill, was when I actually saw a sign at a restaurant saying you can't do it because of alcohol.
Right. Some
regulations.
restaurants.
And so if that's if that restaurant thinks it's in their best business interest to continue to prohibit it, then they're welcome to do that. It doesn't require them to.
They can go ahead and post that.
Yeah, they can still post that sign. But to the extent that there are law-abiding people, which obviously people who bring alcohol into the restaurant are breaking the law already, but to the extent there are people who will abide by laws and signs and things like that, leaving a drink unattended exposes them to risk. And that's sort of my whole argument. So there are people who are already breaking laws, going into bathrooms and drinking with alcohol that they didn't purchase there, or giving it to minors, whatever the concern may be. Those people are going to do it regardless of what this law is, because this law is already in the books and it's already still happening. But to the extent that people who are law-abiding leave out their drinks and potentially expose themselves to danger or harm, it just seems kind of pointless. And I feel like this isn't going to suddenly lead to a wave of people like, oh, sweet, now that I can bring alcohol into the bathroom, I can start spiking all my drinks where I couldn't before. If they want to do that, they're going to do that now. So I just don't see that this is going to open up a door to a bunch of illegal activity that currently people are currently abiding by the law. That's my thinking on it.
So in terms of enforcement, how often have you guys have enforcement issues around people taking their currently on the current law taking drinks into the bathroom? I mean,
we do have we do encounter situations where we find drinks in the restroom. The way that we have applied the enforcement to this in the past is that the licensee has mitigating factors in place. They have signage. The staff is regularly checking the restroom. The restroom's clean. The restroom's safe. We understand that, you know, even if you leave a drink out, as the representative said, there's stuff to come in. So this isn't something we heavily enforce right now. Again, we want to see it. We want it clean. We want it safe. We want it monitored. You know, anytime you can post signage or inform the public of what the rules are, that's to the benefit of the licensee.
okay. I'll let Chris because he says I never recognize him. Yes, Representative Herbert.
I'm going to bring a flag to the emergency. I have my observation is, unless I'm misunderstanding this bill, I'm 75 years old and I've been a drinker for a long time, and I have never seen anybody take booze into the restaurant. I've never seen it. I mean, maybe it happens, but I know I've never done it, and I don't see any reason why you would do that. But it's, to me, it's,
I mean, I will take a beer
Yeah, I
with
mean,
me into
I-
the bathroom if I'm walking in there. I mean, I don't know.
it's so.
What,
Okay,
because you haven't
so-
seen it doesn't mean other people maybe don't want to do that, you know?
Are you for or against this bill?
I'm against it.
Okay. Because you don't see there's any need and that it's perfectly fine to make it keep it illegal. Is that correct?
Pardon me?
You don't even see reason to change the law that makes it illegal to take your drink into the restroom.
No, I don't. I think it's a non-event anyway. But
Well, it's
it may be happening, but I'm not aware of it. And
Do you understand? Do you understand that it's not necessarily that I'm trying to encourage people to take their drinks into the bathroom? Like that's not my goal of this bill. All I'm saying is if somebody thinks it's in their best interest to take a drink into the bathroom because they have no friends or they're waiting for somebody at a bar, and if they leave it there, it exposes it to potentially being spiked. That is my concern, and so that's the motivation of the bill. I'm not trying to say, hey, everybody, bring your drinks into the bathroom. That's the fun place to drink in the bar. Like that's insane. I'm not doing that.
okay,
okay, Representative Burrows.
I'm a sponsor of this bill and I support it. I just want to make 2 points. One is, you know, you were saying that you haven't had any recent examples. There's one that's big in the news. It's not in New Hampshire. You probably read about these 3 realtors who were, you know, top realtors were drugging women, spiking their drinks. One of them was on $1 Million Listing. The realtor, and she was found in a bathroom being assaulted, and another realtor pulled him off, and they are probably going to go to jail for life. But, you know, if there is pushback on this bill, I mean, I thought of another possible solution, which would be to voluntarily for bars to have a place behind the bar where women can leave, or anybody could leave their drinks, and maybe, you know, a tag to put their name on it. A safe zone, right?
We do have several establishments who have put in practices for variety of different things. They sell covers to your drinks that you can put on your drinks. There's apps that you can actually use now where you can show the bartender and say, you know, can you make me this drink? And it means certain things that I need help, or can you get me out of the situation? So we do see that throughout the state where there's options, or they put in safe practices to make the customers feel more comfortable. And again, in terms of the licensee, they can take any law in the state and restrict it to within their business practices to whatever they feel they need to do to have a successful run business. So the licensees would still be able to prohibit drinks in the restroom if they chose to do that, and that's just a business practice that they can enact.
Okay, Henry, I don't see Mike here. Are you gonna? I guess the question would be: is this is one of those classic? Would the restaurants want us to keep it simply because they don't want to be the responsible to put up the sign that says, don't bring your drinking in the bathroom? Or you just don't really care one way or the other and just assume not have the liquor commission worrying about
Yeah,
whether
so
people bring their
Mike
drinks?
testified at the hearing on this bill, Mike Summers, Henry Vayu Lodging and Restaurant Association. And we had a government affairs meeting with 25 of the operators. So we got a good perspective and feel of how the industry, thinks about this bill. They fully understand the motivation for it. They came down with the feeling that it would make it much more difficult in managing, because they're responsible for the drinking within their establishment, and it just would make it much more difficult with this added. A number of them said that more and more establishments are having cameras in their facilities. Again, it would help to convict someone afterwards. It doesn't do anything to prevent the instance that you were describing, but it would at least have, the video of the individual doing the practice, and maybe that would deter folks. But generally, the folks in the industry think that this would make it a little more complicated for them in policing,
Policing
in managing the
what
alcohol
people are doing with their
consumption,
drinks in the bathroom.
over service and underage drinking. I mean, those are the two things they have to be concerned about. And
So they would just prefer to leave the law as it is.
yeah,
Right. I mean, I remember it wasn't clear one way or the other. It sounded like he wasn't really taking a position, but it was just, okay. Representative Sullivan.
I mean, I know that you represent the industry, but you don't represent everybody, because I've spoken to several, and if I had known this was going to be controversial, I would have lined them up to come for this. But who just think it's a silly law. In fact, they didn't even know it existed. So I guess my counter is, if they don't want people drinking in their restaurant bathrooms, they just put up a sign saying no alcohol in the bathroom. I mean, if that's really what they need, to the extent that somebody is going to break the current law with a sign up there or not, they're going to break any sign that you put up, whether this law is in existence or not. So if they don't want people drinking in the bathrooms, why wouldn't they? If they think it makes it easier, just say, hey, no alcohol permitted in the bathroom, and then basically nothing has changed for them. They can still go in, hey, you're breaking our policy. I don't think we should be making legislation limiting all restaurants because a few want a certain policy. If they want that policy, they can enact it. I think many restaurants in this state don't care, or think it's something that they don't want to worry about, or whatever. They don't even know it exists. So to the extent that there are people who want that, then they just put up a sign. I don't understand how that doesn't accomplish the same thing.
it sounds like a would you believe? I would believe.
Would you believe?
I believe.
Representative Burrows.
Yeah, I have a question, little off the bill, but is there a way to educate your clients and people who have bars about the dangers to women, or it's usually women, I mean, it could happen to a man, having their drink spiked, so that, we could look at some solution if this bill doesn't pass, such as having a safe zone, because it does happen. It happens
Yeah.
a lot with college kids. I think it happens a lot more than bar owners may know.
The industry is aware of it, and to your point, I think wants to try to do as much as they can. So, absolutely.
Representative Spear.
In reading the wording here, how do you get out of it that an establishment can still put up a sign saying no, you can't drink in the bathroom? Because it doesn't say that. It says that the patrons may take it in, take the alcohol in. The wording is not
So-
saying what you want.
So as Danielle said, any law we have can be further restricted by the establishment. So if they want to put up a law, they can. And we're not saying you must allow. It just allows. The bill allows patrons on-premise establishments to take a purchased beverage into the restroom. It doesn't say you must require them. If it said must, I would agree. But as Danielle said, what she was saying, any law or regulation we have can be further restricted by any establishment.
The establishment can't do it. They don't need enabling legislation to allow them to have the further rules.
And the same thing, like right now, what do we legalize it? You can bring it on the dance floor. Was that last term or on a stage?
That was the performers.
But the performers, right?
Right.
But if presumably
drink.
if the restaurant doesn't want performers consuming alcohol, they could have that
I
policy.
hate to
in place.
nitpick because I've written specs all my life.
Mhm.
This wording directs the patron, not the establishment. The rule is on the patron. It's not on the establishment, so it's not clear. I think the wording needs to change just a little bit, but maybe people,
Well, the way I would,
maybe people aren't as anal as I am.
Maybe.
I
don't know,
remind you, everything that we do here is on YouTube. Okay. Okay. I would say that the way the statute is written. Okay, this is terms of permissible. Okay, was that originally they're saying was banned. So no beverage can be taken and consumed in foyers, hallways, or kitchens. That's still in the statute. All right. So all this is doing is giving guidance about where they can't, where they can't do it. It does not go on to tell the establishment how they want to create their own rules of what they can or can't do in their facility. Okay. But that it is, and just says that patrons may take a beverage. When I see the may implies that there are some establishments would have the right to say, no, they can't take it. Now, whether you want to add another sentence to it to say, however, the licensee may ban it if they want to, you don't really need to do that because the word may is there.
And exactly, because the way the word may is there, it's confusing as to who is being directed to do what.
Yeah.
If we don't typically do that, that's fine. It's just
Okay.
not, it's speckmanship, that's all.
Okay, great. Is there anybody else thank you, Henry. Anybody else have any strong opinions one way or the other about this bill? All right. Representative Sullivan, seconded by Representative Burrows, moves ought to pass. Any discussions? Any discussions? You want to wave your flag over there?
I don't think there's any need for the legislation in this of any type. I think the restaurant owners have the ability to, create their own environment, and I don't think anybody's going to sit there and say, "You can go ahead and have a beer." And
No. The restaurant.
They can't though right
They
now.
can't. They
That's the
cannot
point. This will allow
allow.
that.
So what does this? I don't understand
right now
why this is here.
Because right now it is illegal to take if you're at the bar and you buy a beer and then you have to go use the restroom, you cannot take it in there.
It's illegal.
It's illegal to take it in there. So this will simply enable to do exactly what you just said, which is to allow the restaurant to create the environment they want. If they don't want people taking them in there, they can put up a sign. If they don't care, then this will allow a patron to bring it with them. So the concern is the concern is, as I said in the I don't know, maybe you weren't here last week, but I have a friend who was at a restaurant or at a bar and had one drink and then woke up in a hotel room that wasn't theirs and had clearly been raped. And so somebody had spiked their drink with roofies or whatever drugs that they used to spike the drink. And so my argument is that it's best to be in control of your drink at all times. And that's when I was in college, there was a whole education campaign because there was a problem at some of the fraternities where people's drinks were being spiked. And so they had a whole campaign of always being in control of your drink. And so the law currently prevents people from being able to be in control of their drink if they need to use the restroom and they have a drink, they have no place to put it. Maybe they're alone at the bar, maybe they're whatever, the number of reasons why. If they choose to bring it with them into the restroom, that would provide an element of safety because they're in control of their drink at that time. And that's the purpose of it right now, that they would not be allowed to do that. So that's the goal of this bill. Does that make sense? I'm not saying you have to take the drinks into the bathroom.
Well, this is hypothetical things that might happen. I mean, if you get a spiked drink, I don't think you being in the bathroom is going to be a problem.
Nope, that's not. I think you missed it. Is if I leave my drink on the bar and run to the restroom,
Right.
then a person who wants to spike my drink has an opportunity because there's nobody monitoring that drink. If I have that drink in my possession in the bathroom, then it would be much more challenging. Yes, it's always a way you could probably get it in. If I'm, talking to Representative Post and I'm having a drink in here, somebody could do something, but it's a lot less likely that would happen in that circumstance.
Okay.
If it's just sitting on the table, it's different.
So I parliamentary, that was, I should not have allowed him to speak because he's not on the subcommittee. So notwithstanding, I did want him to at least have one more chance to make his case. Okay, is the motion clear? The motion is ought to pass. All those in favor, raise their hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And who's opposed? 6, 7. Okay, so it's 5-2. Ought to pass. Okay.
Kind of weird the way it was written.
Just even though we close, can we just put then Carrie's suggestion that the bill be edited? You want to say it?
I'm perfectly willing to let it go, but
Okay.
my ranking member says I should say something.
Okay.
Blame me.
I want it to pass.
The sentence should say, if the establishment allows, it's up to the establishment, patrons may take beverages that have been purchased from the establishment into the restroom of that establishment. If the restaurant allows. Otherwise, this is open to ambiguity. and people are gonna
Licensee,
get-
right? It should say licensee.
Yeah, that's fine.
Licensee. If the licensee allows, patrons may take.
I think that's what you were saying, right?
Yeah, but I don't know. I'm just trying to think if that kind of is counterproductive. Because basically you're saying that it's still legal unless unless you're basically saying it remains illegal unless the restaurant comes out with a policy saying that you can have it in there. And all I'm saying is it's legal unless the opposite, unless they don't want it in there.
Then put those words in there like that, because right now it says, let's go fight it out.
Okay, we do have
I don't know.
We do have the enforcer here. Deputy enforcer.
The deputy enforcer. So if I could maybe help with this, for this legislation particularly, if you want to allow drinks in the restroom, you can simply just strike the word restroom from the establishment. There's other laws that create required areas of service, approved areas of service, but you wouldn't even need the language that said now patrons are allowed to bring it in. If you just strike the word restroom,
Oh, that's much better.
then
much
you don't
cleaner.
even need an extra line. And then like,
In other words, that whole boldface, don't need it.
you don't even need, you can just
Don't need
strike
it,
the word restroom from the
because
statute.
all we're doing is
and it
removing.
authorizes drinks in the restroom.
Yeah, all we're doing is just deleting the word restrooms.
Then that way we don't fight over it.
That way,
But I don't mean here.
in other words, it just
This-
says they can't, no beverage or liquor shall be served or consumed. So theoretically, this does allow them to drink their drink in the bathroom because it doesn't, we are deleting the word bathroom, restroom.
Correct.
A little bit simpler. I like simple.
All right, I'll reach out to OLS and just have them fix that. I guess.
Well, I'll take care of that.
You'll do it. Okay.
I'll take care of
perfect.
that. Okay, so we're basically, let's
Thanks, Danielle.
Motion to reconsider. Representative Hunt moves to reconsider our action. Subcommittee, all those in favor of reconsidering, please say aye. All right, that's unanimous. Now, the question now will be that Representative, make sure I have the right piece of paper in front of me. Okay. Representative Sullivan, second by Representative Burrows, moves the amendment, which we don't have yet. So theoretically, we will right now. Okay. But this was discussion for an amendment that removes the boldface sentence. Okay, thank you very much, Danielle. Okay, so that we will take that up at some other time. Okay. We've already did that. We already passed that.
Okay.
We already passed that, yeah. That's already been done. Okay. Okay. All right. So yesterday, my meeting in Pittsburgh ended at 2:00, but my flight didn't leave till 6:00. And so therefore I had lots of time on my hands and got really informed about this issue. And so I will pass out the amendment. Three. Make sure I keep a couple for myself. Okay.
No,
What's that mean?
that would be a
Okay.
logical next extension.
Okay, so what we turned out is that we've heard in the public testimony was that this problem really got created when the Department of Safety had a statute in which they generated rules, which I think most of us would probably read those rules and say, boy, they need to revisit these rules. But we don't really have that purview, so I trust from the department that they will revisit their rules. Anyways, I've heard that they have a whole new, more creative system that they hope to implement that will not only be the red green, but also be able to identify whether the license or the document that's being handed is a forgery, it's a fake. But that they assure me that whatever storage system or any that's being transmitted back to the Department of Safety, who will have the main computer who reference it, that they would only last. It would only last for about 30 seconds, and then that whole question of that request would disappear. And so that no one has to be fear that their information is being stored at the Department of Safety. Notwithstanding that, getting back now to the underlying issue that we have, which was that in terms of the and I had a very interesting conversation with the Consumer Protection, because my original idea was to stick it in the Consumer Protection Act as is a violation, and I was convinced by Brandon that to not do that because it doesn't solve anything, and he says in his mind, and evidently Consumer Protection gets a lot of phone calls, complaints about that the businesses are storing personal identification information, and he is very grateful that we're trying to address this issue, but that at the same time he did not want to have, or anybody think that they could just randomly go into certain businesses and try to audit their business and see if they really are storing information. Whether they are or not, the accusation is there, and the Department of Safety's statute has the implication that they could be storing names and driver's license. Okay, so what we have here is something that we do. A group of people we do know who have the power to investigate and have the power to look into somebody's computer. It's the Liquor Commission, because we want to make sure that they are reporting their sales correctly and reporting, in terms of that, so they can look at their computer and they can see if somebody was really intentionally storing the data. Even though we've been told, from multiple places that is not the intent, that no one wants to store your information. However, there was some awareness that when it came to pawn shops, that pawn shops are actually required to carry some information. So we're assuming this is not a pawn shop issue. Okay, we're taking this is a issue of New Hampshire convenience stores. We call off-premises licensees, that it's their issue, and that we want to make it clear that they cannot be storing any that data, and that is what the paragraph says. Assuming everybody's had a chance to read it, anybody have any reactions? Negative or positive? This is not an official amendment, so we would have to have another subcommittee to vote on this. But this is your chance now for anybody to tell us this is a bad way to do it. So yes, if you would like to come up and speak, and you have to turn the mic on. Yep, push the button. Perfect.
I'm not exactly sure when we have laws, how they get enforced. And I'll give you a short story about, I found out in 2013 that there was a law that said that you couldn't charge more to an uninsured, health insured person than you could to an insured health person. Yet, when I went to the state insurance website, there were two buttons: are you insured or are you not insured? So you could check and see how much a typical procedure would cost in any hospital. And I proved to the Attorney General that this was illegal, that the law said that you can't charge more, because it was like 3 times more for somebody uninsured. And his response to me back then was, well, nothing was put in the law that said who's going to enforce it, so there's nothing I can do.
So I can actually tell you that one, because I wrote that law, and so I know exactly what you're talking about, and you did call the wrong people. The Consumer Protection Act, the AG is exempt from the Consumer Protection Act when it comes to insurance. That issue should have been dealt with the insurance department. You should have called the insurance department, and they would have walked you through how that law was being enforced.
Well, I actually did. It was the insurance department's website. It was the state.
I understand
insurance.
that, but you needed to talk to a real human
I
being.
actually did talk to them,
Okay.
and got nowhere, and so went to the Attorney General. So there was no way me as a consumer needs to know what happens when something finds out. So I'm looking at this and I'm saying, well, first of all, I think that there should be a huge penalty to any entity that's
The penalty is very huge. They could lose their license to operate.
They should. It should be more than that when when you're talking about people's identity. But who's going to enforce it?
The Liquor Commission.
So are you adding that to this bill so that people know when they look at a
This
bill
bill,
who they
if
should
you,
call?
if you, it seems like you're pretty astute in using your computer. I would urge you to look up Section 179. And you will see 179 is enforced by the Liquor Commission, and they're very serious people. They actually carry guns. You know,
So-
and so they
so-
will
so-
absolutely, if they find that some merchant is storing that data, they will threaten his license
And
or
it
her
says
license.
that on the law. So that if I
That's-
look up that law, I'm going to see this is the party I go to
You
because
will
it didn't
see
say
the
it on.
penalties. Yes.
It didn't say it on the law that I looked up and went to the state library and did a whole bunch of research on, and I never found any other place where it said in that law who I should go to.
Okay, so when you're finished, I will have the Liquor Commission come up, tell you what exactly RSA that they could yank that person's license if they violated the
Well,
statute.
could or will, or what if they don't do it? Well, then where do I go?
I can assure you that if they see a violation, if they see someone storing this information, they will absolutely threaten that. They will require him, they will have a hearing, and they will bring that licensee in.
What if it's
It
Macy's?
would be just as bad as if the licensee sold to someone who was under 21,
What-
or someone that the licensee served someone who was overserved, who was drunk.
What if it's Macy's?
Who?
Macy's
Macy's, as in the department store.
scanning licenses to verify somebody that they are the person on their credit card name.
So we are this subject. What we're doing is trying to we're working on the concept is how do we make it enforceable? How do we which is really what your question was.
Well, I'm
So in terms of Macy's, if Macy's has a system to ask you to scan your card, I can tell you that you can call the Attorney General on this one because he did tell me a story in which he got a complaint that someone went into it was a rental, I guess it was Campers. It was a camper store, like Campers World or something. Okay. And they went in there, and before they let the customer walk around the store, they wanted to scan their license. And he absolutely called up that establishment, and that establishment stopped doing that. Okay. And that was the Attorney General's office because Campers, that kind of retail transaction, he does regulate. So in this case, we're saying is if a liquor establishment, any liquor licensee, which is either a restaurant or a convenience store, beer distributor for that matter, but Scott's left the room. But,
I get what you're saying, and I see by the act here prohibiting businesses from scanning licenses when selling alcohol or tobacco products. Now, I am kind of, I think, the catalyst that started this whole issue on this because I was writing articles on seeing the driver's licenses scanned. But it's not, it's not limited to just alcohol and tobacco. It's other people that are scanning, and even at I think it was the dairy or the Wyndham election polls. They were scanning the driver's licenses there. I guess they were asking.
the
But-
election, no, polls.
What?
There's a state statute that requires them
To scan,
to look at your license,
look at your license.
Yeah.
But not scan.
to check to sure
But
that,
not use a scanning This is poll pad using the
I
scanning system.
I guess there would have to be separate legislation that would go to the election law committee
so
to
this
say
just needs to go further. then.
that yes.
Um,
But I hope you see this as a good
This
start
is a step forward, but I think
that has enforceability.
I
want you to hear that.
I don't see where.
Okay, I will now have the Liquor Commission come up and
The
tell
Liquor
you
Commissioner, but
exactly
it-
what statute they have to enforce this.
So for the Macy's, that's going to have to wait for another bill.
Between you and me, if some merchant, some business, asks me for my license and I haven't done any business with them, I haven't done anything. And they say, I want to scan your license to see whether you're 21 or not, or scan it for whatever reason. I would say, thank you very much, and leave the establishment.
That's what I would say too, but unfortunately, that's not the world we live in now, and we've taught people that it's okay to give out this identity, especially younger people. They don't understand the world that we should be living in, and what we're living in is 1984. But I'm not going to carry this out any longer because
Are we saying that there are businesses that without doing any transactions, you're not handing in a card or anything like that, just to walk in the door are asking to scan your license?
So that's what he explained. My guess is it's a slow place. They don't have a lot going on, and they were scanning it because they actually probably did make a copy of it, and they were putting you on their mailing list,
Or they didn't like the looks of you.
or they were profiling you.
Yeah.
it's a big issue. It's a big issue, and it needs further attention. Our privacy information needs
This
much
is a
further
power.
attention.
This is a consumer beware. I mean, I think yes, you're doing a great job in informing consumers that they should not be whipping out their driver's license for anybody who asks for it. They should really be more conscious of
It
don't
should-
give it to anybody. Don't only give it.
Well, the thing is it shouldn't be possible. What our ability to move freely, which is a constitutional right, is limited by the fact that the state says you have to give us this information and we're going to retain it and we're going to give you a card with that information on it. That's a driver's license. That information should be only for driving. It shouldn't be for everything else on earth like our Social Security is now.
That isn't really quite true. We use it for identification for a number of different things.
We do use it that way, but originally when we were told, you don't look like, if you go back years and years, you talked about slippery slopes. This is the slippery slope. It is used for a lot of stuff now, just like our Social Security number is. That was supposed to be for employment information only. Now, if I want to pay my electric bill, I got to give the last 4 digits of my Social Security number. Give me a rest. Now it's used, the Social Security number is used for everything. It's give me your papers, please, every place you go. We are living in 1984. And when we first had driver's licenses, it was only supposed to be for driving. But it's the slippery slope it's become for everything else under the sun, just like the Social Security number. And now we are in a situation where elderly people are being ripped off. Their homes are being stolen, for criminy sakes. So where is the slippery slope going to end? And that's a problem that we need to, at least in the live free or die state, we need to look at this as a whole and say, we've got to stop this.
Fair enough.
Thank you. Does anybody want to ask me anything?
I think we're all set.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay. Danielle, are you gonna?
So this is an amendment just to a current statute within Title 13. RSA 17956 through RSA 17959 covers our prosecution authority, our enforcement of everything within the title. One thing that we would have to do if this law were to pass is we would have to amend a rule to establish a penalty for this particular law. If we want a specific penalty for the law, that's where we would put it in here. If that's what the committee chooses, a flat fine or suspension for the law, then it would go in the statute. But as of right now, all penalties, fines, suspensions, points live in administrative rule. Again, those statutes gives us the authority to create the rule, to create the penalties in rule, and then enforce it accordingly from there. Also, one thing to mention too, if this law were to pass, we do have very good communication with our licensee. We're constantly sending out industry circulars to the licensees where we could update them about this law, inform them of the changes, the penalties, and what they need to do to stay in compliance.
Any questions, committee members? Thank you very much. Okay, so this is assuming that everybody's kosher with this, that we'll take this up once we have the amendment drawn up.
Are you,
Yep. You can certainly, yes.
Thank you for letting me ask a question. So technology is changing very rapidly. I understand the concept of storage, but do you think that to really draw the full circle, we need to say something about transmitting? You know, it doesn't mean you have to store it. You could real-time transmit it somewhere.
Well, you
And
got to store it before you can transmit it.
I don't know about that.
Yeah,
Right?
you got
You can't,
you
why
can't,
you
it,
just like,
you can't send, the
oh,
file's got to exist before you can do something with it. Yeah.
okay,
But,
so we're
but
assuming
we
that the
will,
storage means you cannot transmit it to your, marketing partner?
right. So as I was describing about what's going on, maybe John, you want to come up and just talk about what you guys are working in the Department of Safety? Because the issue is not just 21 and everything like that. The issue is a greater issue, which is that a lot of people are getting false IDs. And how we're going to sniff that out. And so this is for motor vehicles and the director, and thank you for coming.
Mr. Chairman, thank you so much. Members of the committee, thank you for allowing me to speak this morning. Representative, thank you for the phone call last night and the opportunity to talk about some of the things that we're doing at the DMV to make this process more seamless, make sure it complies with rule and law, and make sure that businesses know what they can and can't do, and also that consumers, like the resident that we just heard from, concerns that are out there. Actually, the concerns that were highlighted here just a few moments ago, I do hear about on a regular basis, both from businesses, what can I do, what can't I do, and from residents that say, well, I've had my license scanned, I didn't want that. Where is my personal information? Is it on a server somewhere? How do I get it back? And who is going to enforce it? Who's going to follow up and investigate this? So I've been in this position for just under 3 years. It's come to my attention from the minute I landed there at the Driver Privacy Act 26014. So one of the things that we've done is there is a state statute that was passed in 2019 that allows for DLDV, the Driver License Data Verification Program. It's run through AMVA, the American Association of Motor Vehicle Administrators. AMVA is the best practice organization for DMVs throughout North America. They run the program. So basically what this means, to the representative, to the chair's point, it's a red light, green light system. And we had to do it in 2 parts. We've been working on it over the last year and a half. First part was syncing with Social Security, which we were one of 2 states in the country that wasn't on this program, New Hampshire and Alaska. Now we are on the program. Social Security, somebody loses a Social Security card, because we have the program, they can more quickly get a replacement card because the DMV database has their information. They've already shown one in the past. The second part of it that's exciting and that really applies to this conversation is about 2 months ago, maybe a little bit more, we signed off on the retail aspect of it. So what does that mean? For context of what we're talking about this morning, means a convenience store, any place that sells alcohol or tobacco could sign on with AMVA. They actually are the ones that do the onboarding. So you go directly to the trusted organization, which we already use at the DMV, and DMVs around the country use their platform. They already have a pipeline into our system. They're a trusted source. You onboard with AMVA. You have an agreement with AMVA. You have the scanning equipment that you need. John comes into the store to buy whatever you're selling. I give you my license. They scan my license. It goes to AMVA. It goes to the DMV. It comes back to AMVA, and they get a response back, and I ask for the screen of what it actually looks like if I'm the business. The response comes back as true. That's all you need to know. True. It's not a fake ID. That information is real. True. The red light, green light, at that point, it disappears off the AMVA system within 30 seconds or less. And now the business knows whether it's a test drive for a car. Here you go. You can take the fob and go out with the $80,000 car. I know who you are. I see the photo. That's you. And I got the true response for the information on the front of the license. So your retail stores can use it. Your automobile dealers can use it. The hospital association can use it to check in patients. And establishments that sell liquor and tobacco can use it. And I want to thank Director Armaganian, we've already had conversations about this. He's very interested. We actually have reached out to Philip Quinlan, who is the point of contact for the program for AMVA. And as of yesterday, we're going to finalize a date to get together, myself, Director Armaganian, and Phil Quinlan from AMVA, and talk about the possibility. So I really think DLDV is going to solve this issue, and you won't have the storage. You will have the scanning, but the 2019 statute allows for it. But it's only for the true false response on the license. So that's where we're heading, and I think it's going to clear up a lot of what the chair said. I got to tell you, the rule set relating to driver privacy, corresponding to the statute, believe from 2003 and 2004 or 2 and 3, it's a lot, and to try to understand it and relate it back to RSA 260.14 and RSA 263.12. It needs to be simplified. So, sir, we're going to work on that. Thank
Good to hear.
you. Yeah.
Okay. Is that, you feel more comfortable? Good.
Just-
Yeah. Representative
How do you
Spear?
spell that? I couldn't quite catch up.
Oh, yeah. The acronym?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. DLDV, Data License Data Verification.
DLVD and you.
DLDV, David Lincoln, David Victor, Driver License Data Verification. A lot of acronyms at the
And what's
DMV.
AMVA? What's
sorry?
What's AMVA?
AMVA is the American Association of Motor Vehicle Administrators. So DMV directors throughout North America. I'm honored to be on the board of directors for AMVA for over a year.
National organization that represents
DMVs.
all the different DMVs.
Yeah, best practices.
States and
Yes,
District
sir.
of Columbia.
Yes. Yeah. Technology,
And
customer
Guam,
service.
they must have, even there, like Puerto Rico and all the
Yeah,
other.
I don't know about Guam. They have been going to Europe quite a bit. I know they're trying to bring on some countries over in Europe to
Oh,
the
there you go.
association. So
Okay. Thank you very much.
thank you, sir.
All right. So we will take that up at another time. Next up is.
Question before
yeah,
you go on. Are we going to be evaluating your amendment or something else?
I'm going to be sending this amendment to Legislative Services.
Oh, okay.
So
This is what we're looking at.
it should look like this
Okay.
when it
I have a
comes
quick
back.
question, Chair.
Yes.
So Danielle said that we would have to put either it's gonna be in rule for what the penalty.
Yeah,
would be,
they already have rule making authority.
So we're just gonna leave it that way.
That,
not
yeah,
have-
they,
okay.
they'll go ahead and do it. As you might remember, we had a previous discussion about penalties, and we decided that there was one penalty that we did want to put in the statute, and that was for someone who died. But that otherwise, the department does the penalties through rulemaking, all their general rules. I'm looking over there to see them say, yes, John. But they're in deep in thought. But yes, that's the way it's done. So we don't need to give them rulemaking authority. They already have it. So, okay. I just emailed or texted Peter Leishman because he was here, but he's not here anymore, to study the privatization of the Liquor Commission. Is there anyone here who thinks this is a good idea? Yeah, privatizing.
I don't.
it.
No,
Right.
no.
Anybody want to speak for?
I'm not. I wouldn't say I'm pro or against.
Right.
I mean, I guess if we go down that direction, I think we need to have a good faith. We don't want to stack it with a bunch of people who want it privatized, or stack it with a bunch of people who love the Liquor Commission. I think my experience so far on committees or study commissions hasn't been
Commissions.
it hasn't been great, and I just feel like it's really easy to say you're doing something and then not have anything actually like that. I was on a commission with you.
Yes,
And that
you
was
were.
predetermined
But you
before I
were
got there.
MIA, just like I was.
And so I think if you're gonna do it, then like actually do a deep dive. I mean, I think there's some interesting questions to go in here. It doesn't mean, people in this room probably think I want to privatize it. I wouldn't even say that. I am curious what the benefits could be, and if we have a study commission that would actually look at what are the benefits of the current system versus what are the benefits if we were not have it, and to have some sort of objective way to achieve that, that would be an interesting thing. I'm just concerned that you would have people who aren't there in good faith but are coming in with a
The problem is the
a
commission can be
preconception.
stacked with people. one
Yeah,
way or the
and
other.
and so I don't have a ton of faith after my experience on a commission and commissions.
Well,
So,
good, 'cause we'll
but
be
that was only
talking about
one.
a commission this afternoon also.
So yeah, I know there's another one coming. But anyways, I think it's an interesting question, and I would love to actually see it studied in a good faith way. I'm a little skeptical about
Yeah,
how
the
we
problem
could
is
see that.
getting it, if you're really going to do an empirical discussion, you would say is, okay, you have to go look and see where it's been done.
Mhm.
And the only case that's even close to doing it was Maine. And the end result was what those of us who were opposed to the idea of privatization was that it meant a radical reduction in state revenue. You're basically sharing, whatever the state was making, you're sharing that revenue now with private businesses. So, as a Republican, and somewhat accused of being a libertarian every once in a while, that you would think that's great. Yeah, well, government shouldn't be in this business. Government should not be in anything
You're
that.
going to say it's a sin, and you like regulating sins.
What's that?
You're going to say the sin things are what the government should.
Yeah,
fund.
but that is true. I have said that
I've
to you
heard
before.
this.
That the one thing that state government should do is sin. But
I mean, I generally also am accused of being a libertarian, despite the D next to my name. But I know. I mean, I think it'd be interesting. I think it would be an interesting study to do if we could do it effectively.
But
I'm
you have
just
to have an
skeptical.
outside entity doing it. You would have to be. You can't be anybody on that commission have their fingers on that study. That study needs to be truly
Independent, yeah.
independent, and you're going to spend lots of money.
Right.
But at the end of the day, the same result's going to come back is yes, you're shooting. The
Based on
gold-
that
the
comment,
golden
you shouldn't be
goose.
on the commission.
That's why I would
You
never
should
go.
not be on that
I
commission.
should not be because you're going to kill the golden goose. I mean, that's the whole point. Yeah, Representative Spear.
The obligation of a business is to make money for the owners or the stockholders of that business. There is no essential obligation to make any money for the state. And that's the overarching thing. And so therefore, the whole concept seems to be against what we set the Liquor Commission up for in the first place. So
Which was what?
which was to make money for the state.
See, I would differ. I would say that because they have multiple tasks, the other task is enforcing alcohol consumption in the state to making sure that it is done.
That is important.
It is done safely.
Yes.
And I believe that our forefathers, not that I was in the room back in 1934 when they passed this legislation.
I thought you were.
that part of the reason why they choose to be a control state is they thought the state would be better apt at controlling who is able to.
I
buy
have
and
no
so-
disagreement with that. I think those are the two-pronged things that we would lose if we went private.
Well,
And as
I-
revenues go
Sorry.
down,
Sorry.
as revenues go down, I have seen in other states where the sale of alcohol ends up being in less than lovely places, and that people are getting
Are you
shot,
profiling?
holding up liquor stores. We have a very good implementation, and I would hate to see that ruined.
Yes. Okay. Representative Sullivan, did you want to respond to her?
Yeah, no, I was just saying. I think again, I actually don't have an opinion whether we should or not. I am just curious, but I think if the idea is making money for the state, then there is an opportunity cost that we're giving up, and it's whether or not that would be greater. So, for example, let's say the number thrown out there was we could sell it or privatize it and somehow gain $1 billion. Put that $1 billion into a fund that kicks off, I don't know, $50 million a year or something forever. That might be. I'm not saying that it would be. You're looking at me as if I've come to a predetermined conclusion. I'm just saying there are my point is there are opportunities that haven't been explored, and that's all I'm saying. When you talk about killing the golden goose, well, the golden goose might be, hey, like maybe the liquor industry is collapsing, and in 20 years we're gonna look back at it and say, wow, we don't get anything from alcohol anymore because nobody consumes it anymore, and we could have cashed out, got $1 billion back in 2025, and put it into some sort of state fund that just kicks off interest every year. I mean, all I'm saying, those are the types of things a commission should study to understand what they are without actually coming in with a conclusion that status quo is the best. Maybe it is the best, and hopefully it would come up with whether it is or isn't, is all I'm saying.
You
It
did,
just,
in coming up with that, whoever threw out that $1 billion number,
I'm not saying it's good or bad. I'm just saying,
look at the size of our state. Let's be realistic. Is somebody going to buy, you know, I mean, if you're going to, it just doesn't
well, I
compute
mean,
to
but
me.
okay, maybe the $1 billion is
Gotta
not.
get
I'm just
$1 billion
saying
for it.
it might very well be unreasonable. That could be figured out. Like I could probably figure out a rough estimate of what it would be if I just went through their books, right? Like that's the kind of an accounting process that could be done. They have great real estate. There's probably some value in that. I know they don't own all of it, but they own some of it. Like there's a lot of different assets there that a thorough study, which probably wouldn't be done. I think John's probably right. It'd have to be an outside study, not a.
It would cost hundreds of thousands
It
of
probably
dollars
costs
to
a
do
lot.
it.
Maybe you should hire me to do it. I'm an economist. I do these sorts of things.
You have a conflict.
Yeah, very much so. But yeah, no, I mean that's what I'm saying. This is an interesting question. Is my point?
Yes.
Do we do it through a commission? Probably not. If we're serious about exploring this idea, or if the sponsors are, I'm not on this bill. I wouldn't have joined this sponsorship because I don't think that this would be the right way to do it. But I do like the idea that somebody's talking about exploring alternatives because we don't actually know if this is the best outcome. We're sticking with the status quo bias because that's what humans do. We like the status quo. We're comfortable with it. But there might be a
Devil we
better-
know.
The devil we know, right? And but you know, it's possible the devil we don't know is better, and we won't know that unless we study it. So, with that, I will stop
Okay,
talking.
Representative Burrows.
I just want to say that it seemed like for the people who were in favor of this commission, one of their main concerns was the sale of liquor going down. So I don't think the answer to that is privatization. I think it's looking at the marketing plan. It's looking at the product mix. I mean, there was just an article in the New York Times about how non-alcoholic beverages sale of those is soaring. A lot of them are sold in liquor stores. I'm not a big drinker. We found a non-alcoholic wine that is absolutely amazing. So I think that it's more of a marketing issue and planning issue than just dismantling the whole thing, which basically seems to be working. So that's my thought.
Any other discussion, Representative Petuzek?
Thank you, Chairman Hunt. I'd like to get back to the subject of the bill. It says establishing a commission to study the privatization, not the marketing or anything else of liquor commission. So I would like to move ITL.
Okay, moving right along. Okay, all right. So, all right. So Representative Petuzek, second by Representative Hunt, moves inexpedient to legislate. Any discussion on the motion? Yes, Representative Walz.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Well, I mean, I don't. I would say when I first got elected, they used to have a rule that that all rules had to be had to be reviewed every so often. Okay, and the same thing was with departments. That every department had to we would review the role of that department and really see whether they're doing it right or doing it. And eventually we got rid of that because it just seemed like a real burden and no one ever changed because everybody kind of stuck with the devil they knew. I think in terms of the role of our liquor commission, it is clearly we have a very successful liquor commission as control states go. But that I think that right now, this is like the worst time to be doing it because our number one source of customers that are outside the state of New Hampshire, they changed the rules and they decided that they're going to go with one big company, which when we did the Marijuana Commission, that was one of the fears that people didn't like the idea that you would concentration of wealth and store power be in one individual company. In this case, Massachusetts, and I'm not going to mention names again, but in terms of that they have dramatically changed our customers that are not coming up from Massachusetts because they can just go to Shrewsbury or go to Brockton or all these other major metropolitan areas in Massachusetts and gets the same pricing we have. So that changes things. And then when you throw in the fact that we have dry January and we have the rise of non-alcohol, and then it's to me, it's like every week it's another brewer who's going out of business. I mean, it's just, it's the market was saturated, so things are really changing. And to me, the idea that we should change our model now, it seems like a bad timing to me. But I think that I certainly liked having this discussion in our committee. I think we can be fair and discuss it, but then it was even a disagreement between the sponsors on what they wanted out of the committee. And one of the sponsors didn't want to privatize at all. She just wanted to bring back the old system we had, in which the finance committee had more control over the commission. So at this point, I do agree with that we should not pass this bill today. Yes, absolutely.
In thinking about this, the governor just established a committee to look
Efficiency
at all
committee,
the,
yeah.
all the agencies. And this, if they go through the agencies, this may, especially because it begins with A, they may actually, look at this possibility or try to do some cost benefit analysis, and perhaps they would make a recommendation out of that commission. Maybe that's something that could be recommended to them. But I think it might happen by default.
Right. But it is an A. They'll start with L. They're L. Okay. Is the motion clear of inexpedient to legislate? Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Everybody.
Okay. All right. And last but not least. Okay, removing the requirement that on-premise licensees serve food. Okay, so the sponsor is here. Just so you know, I'm breaking all the rules to allow you to testify. So we will say you're not testifying, you're sharing other things that you would hope to have come up. My first question is, did you watch the YouTube on the hearing?
I did, Chairman.
Okay, so let's say you're responding to what you saw on the YouTube then.
So,
Okay.
so I won't really get into a testify. I'm Representative Hemingway, freshman on my mat at Claremont District 6. Claremont Croydon is my representatives. So this was brought to me by the city in a way that would improve young retention, young adult retention. Because as it is right now, there is no nightlife for them to stay around in this area. They go to school right out of high school, or they go to college, and then they take off, and then they go to places where there's something that's for them to do in the evenings. 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock, most places, most cities, towns, the streets are rolled up. There's nothing out there. I remember back in the 80s when I was 17 years old, there was we had nightclubs. Of course, they were still tied to food service, but they had nightclubs. They had, and if it wasn't in New Hampshire, we'd go to Vermont. At 17? No. So, and that's what's happening right now. New Hampshire people were losing that revenue because they're going to Vermont, they're going to Maine, they're going to Massachusetts, and that's where they're having their nightlife. So this isn't more about just drinking and getting smashed and getting fights. This is about having a social environment for the young adults and mid-age adults to have a place to go, socialize, maybe listen to music, get out and have a dance or whatever. So this is the premise of this bill, basically, is just to tourism, adult retention in New Hampshire, because right now we're increasing in some young adults, but our elderly, the 60 65, my age, are still overrunning that young adult age. And we need to have that young youth to manage our businesses and our industries and bring the population back up to where it needs to be.
So I have some good news for you. After 9 o'clock, there is no food requirement.
Okay. I did not see that in the bill.
That's that's in the current law.
Yeah, in current law.
Current
Right.
law that the food requirement disappears at 9.
Okay. However, they still have to provide food
Prior to that,
even while that's open. To my understanding is they still need to provide food
no. After 9,
Available
they don't have to provide.
as
food.
long as it $75,000 for the year.
No, that's the established. That's to be a licensee.
Mhm.
So one of the testimony, I know you since you heard it, was that we had a testimony from Mike Hummers, who said that frankly, food is not particularly profitable, and so therefore, the having the ability for them not to stay open late without having to serve food would be a good thing, right? That can help bring in the profitability, but so what you're proposing is that people in Claremont would like to see an establishment that would be open prior to 9 o'clock
Yes.
and be theoretically only serve liquor.
Correct.
And did the restaurants in Claremont know that this was being proposed?
I have not talked to the restaurants.
Right.
Did talk to several other people within the
Right.
around
Right.
about it. Yes.
How would you feel if you were a restaurant owner and all of a sudden a bar opened next door that didn't have a food requirement?
Mhm. I was a restaurant owner in
Yeah.
Claremont,
Yeah.
and we had the requirement to have food, same as everybody else.
Right.
I think that if you were to allow a restaurant to come in, you would have that mix of
This would not be a restaurant. We're allowing
excuse me.
we're allowing the bar.
Right. So if you allowed a bar
cabaret.
to come in, thank you. If we allowed a bar to come in, and I think it would complement the restaurant because if they're there at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, you want to get something to eat, they'll come over to your establishment, they'll eat, and then maybe they'll go back to the bar. They'll sit at your bar and have some food. But it does create, downtown Claremont is dead.
Yes.
Right? So, and we're trying to revitalize it. So a way to revitalize it is by either putting in little food establishments in there and or having the ability to have a individual bar in there. It's going to bring more people. It's a walking environment on that street, and it would be a great opportunity for those little niche businesses to fit in there.
Fair enough. Representative Burrows.
Thank you. I mean, is there any concern about, it's been documented that when people drink without eating, their level of intoxication goes up more rapidly. And so I'm concerned about driving and that kind of thing. So have you thought about that aspect?
Yes, Representative Burrows. So with that, we also provide 2 taxi companies in there. There's Ubers and everything in there. That proximity of there is close proximity to a lot of housing in that area. I'm probably less than a mile from where most of that activity would take place. I would walk. I know a lot of other people that walk to either the Elks, the Legion, so that they don't have to worry about the driving piece. So yes.
Representative Sullivan.
Well, excuse me. Thanks for coming in. I'm the one who presented your bill last week or whatever it was. Everybody here knows I'm on board with this. I put in a similar but much less aggressive bill last year to try to move in this direction. And I really do agree with the idea that New Hampshire it's like a slow moving train wreck that we can see coming in terms of our demographic problem here. We have the lowest birth rate in the country. We have the second oldest population in the country. And what I hear over and over again is that New Hampshire is boring. And I think we need to make New Hampshire fun for younger people. And there's a reason why. No, it's true. I mean, people come here on vacation. When I lived in Boston, I used to come up here to go skiing and go to my lakes and stuff like that, but I wouldn't come up here and be like, oh, let's do a night out here, like you would in Portland or Burlington or Providence, whatever. So, it sounds like a would you believe, but my question is
This is a subcommittee, so you don't have to worry. It's not a
oh,
hearing.
good.
It can be an interactive conversation.
Perfect. Thank you. Yeah. So, do you know anybody who is, I mean, it would be great if I know people who would support this. And I think that our job on the Commerce Committee is not to simply entrench the incumbents, but rather to tear down walls to allow new businesses to thrive. Do you have people, like you said, the city came to you? Is that like the city councilor or is that a mayor? Like who came to you? Just people who live in the town?
The manager.
The manager. Okay. So the city manager came to you and thought of this as an idea. Okay. So it is coming. So he must be hearing it from somebody in his community.
Yes. He's talked to Lebanon, Portsmouth, Keene, Nashua, and all these are favorable for this action.
Yeah. Okay. And that's interesting because I think I'm going to tell you right now, you got some hurdles to get this through. I mean, I support it. Even if it gets out of the House, it probably won't go much further. But I think that I commend you for doing this work, knowing that it probably won't get signed into law this year, even if it gets out of the House. I would encourage you to, and I'll work with you to try to build more of a coalition to try to get this going. Because I think this is where New Hampshire needs to go. I think, I've lived in cities that don't have these laws and they're not coming apart at the seams. And I think it's oftentimes just the incumbent players who own a restaurant who think it's unfair that they've gone through one thing, but just because we have a bad law in place that they maybe wouldn't have participated in a decade ago doesn't mean we shouldn't try to fix it now to make it better for the future. Otherwise, we get stuck in this inferior solution, if you will. So happy to work with you in the future on this and in this process as well.
Representative Welch.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am all for making New Hampshire great again. Had to get that in there. I had a question on line 26, section, I believe it's 2A1. The line, actually, I'm sorry, it's line 30 on the first page. That says the dining room shall not, however, be used as a substitute for lounge operations. I mean, we have a lot of small restaurants throughout the state. So, with the intention of free enterprise, free market situations, I mean, they may have just one dining room. And if they're looking for an opportunity to...
So you're looking at the current law.
Okay, yeah.
Okay. So in
And
terms
where
of what the bill does is the cross out, starting on page 1, there's a cross out at times as food is available, cross out there, and the cross out. So his bill is the cross outs.
Yes. So it would remove that requirement that the lounge.
He's not adding anything new. He's only crossing out what's in the current law.
I get that, but this line is not crossed out.
That means it stays. That means it stays in the law. That's
And
current
I
law,
and I
it
understand.
stays there.
I understand that, but I'm...
You think it should be
right,
deleted?
yes.
Oh,
That's what I'm saying. Why keep it? Cross it out. Because there's a lot of small, tiny restaurants throughout New Hampshire that may only have one dining room. And so here it's saying the dining room shall not be used as a substitute for lounge operations. Why not let it be used for lounge operations?
I guess
Am I
I'd have
missing
to delve into the full
I
service.
concur with that.
I think that's related to the full service license.
I think that
Well,
But
yeah,
that's
it is full
free.
service.
That under our current law at 9 o'clock, that dining room can be a bar.
Right, so after 9, they can be used
As a bar,
if in current law.
current law.
Okay.
And that's just set up so I believe, and I'll always look at the my enforcement, but they seem to have their backs to me. Right?
Hello, Liquor Commission.
So,
We have a
I
question.
assume that section. You don't have to come over. Just say yes or no when I say things. Okay. You say I'm all wrong, and then you need to say that I believe this section that she's referring to is our license. That for that full liquor license, that will have the dining room then can be served just liquor after 9 o'clock. Okay, that's just a description of the licensee. So theoretically, and we haven't really even delved into this bill. The question is, how much should that bar license be? Because the last time I sponsored this legislation, the issue was that if you were going to just issue a bar, if you're just going to create a bar, then this would need an expensive license because the Liquor Commission would have to spend a little extra time on that facility. And off the top of my head, I believe the number was $10,000 license for the year. Okay, so in other words, notwithstanding that we had to make up, whether we're making up for the food, but that the enforcement division would say you are creating a magnet for people for being overserved, and that's why the issue was a high, expensive license.
I could probably see that for a larger establishment, but for an establishment that's maybe 1,000 square feet or 800 square feet.
A hole in the wall.
Yep. I think 10,000 would be a little excessive.
That is true. That is true. But okay, so are you all set, Representative? Well, yep. Okay, Representative Spear.
We do a lot of mandating here from the state down to the municipalities. Why are we not considering even making this an option? I don't know that every town necessarily wants to do it, or feels that they can do it, or feels that they've got the infrastructure to support it. Police and the rest of it, the whole, everything that goes along with that.
Right. Well, only to the extent to what, as I described, that the liquor enforcement.
I don't mean liquor enforcement. I mean the DUIs and all the rest of it, and the taxi cabs and the Ubers and whatever. I mean, it should be optional. It shouldn't be mandated.
I don't know. We mandate any of that.
By changing the law exactly the way it's written
Right.
here.
So to enable a community to say, okay, to enable community, a town, to say that they want to waive the food requirements. Okay, they want to waive that section of the bill. In other words, this amendment is that they want to waive it. The question still comes up to that: are they also waiving liquor enforcement? Because liquor enforcement would contend that this establishment would be a magnet for over-serving, and that they would need to spend a little more time visiting that establishment.
Where does this say it's an enabling law as opposed to?
No, I'm not saying. I'm saying you're proposing that amendment.
Yes.
You're proposing an amendment to just make it enabling. Okay.
And maybe we can't even do that, but certainly not to make it a mandate.
Right. Okay. But right. So I'm just pointing out to you that if we were to making this enabling, that the town, the city of Claremont, it's a city, right? The city of Claremont, that they could vote to make it that there would not make it that the Liquor Commission would not enforce the food requirement. The Liquor Commission say, well, that's great. You save a little money in us having to come in and audit the food sales. But where it would be very concerned is you're now a magnet for over-serving. And therefore, we need to send our enforcement agency there more often. So how are you going to make up for that? And that would go back to the licensing fee. So, Representative Petrusek.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. In the Claremont area, which you're representing, do you know how many social clubs are in that area? And as a follow-up, are you aware that most of them have a bar?
Thank you, Representative Putak. Excuse me?
That's fine. That's close.
Close. There are several. There's the Elks of Legion, and yes, I know they all have bars. They also serve food on occasion. They have
Right.
food.
They
available.
don't have the same food requirement.
They don't have the same food requirement either. But those have been there for, and that's in the bill, or not in this bill, but it's in the liquor laws. It says that a private club can have liquor only. That's already established. It's a private club. So it's not just available to every citizen, because some of those have requirements. VFW, you have to have veteran. Legion, you have to be, someone had to be in the veteran. I'm not sure about the Jewish Polish or the Polish American Club. You maybe have to have something like that. So yes, those establishments are there, but they're limited to a specific sect of the citizens. And this bill is not just for Claremont, it would be all of New Hampshire too, so.
Right. What Representative Spear was asking, how would you feel if we just made it enabling?
At this point, I think that we were hoping to just do it but that may be a concession that I would definitely look at.
Okay.
And I think enabling, allowing a municipality to decide whether they want to have that type of establishment in there would be upon them. But I think the planning and zoning would also help to kind of narrow down where those things would go.
Okay, Representative Herbert.
We used to have a very robust, probably a bar business in the state on the private club level.
Yes.
And
Still do.
I don't know why they
Still do.
stopped it. Well, I don't know. I mean, I'm a member of something called the East Side Club. Okay, I don't know. That's not a sect. And, we're just on the east side. So, and they have a kitchen that they don't even use.
That is correct.
So I'm curious. At one point in time, what you want to do was allowed in the state, but no longer. I don't know why it isn't that way.
I don't know if it was allowed or if it was because they met their $75,000.
No, they didn't have that requirement. My memory was that at some point in time, we just grandfathered all the current clubs. But could someone start a club today? You have to come to the mic, sorry. Why don't you grab one of these mics over here?
You want me to?
Nope, you stay right there.
Okay.
Can you have a seat?
They could. There's different requirements for each license type. So
Right.
in this conversation, we've talked about several different license types and what would require this. You can still create a social club today. There are certain requirements that you would have to do to establish that.
What would be the threshold that the city of Claremont could not allow a club to, what it could get into a process of allowing a club that is open to the public and attractive to young people?
So there are no social clubs that are technically open to the public. They are all members only clubs, and members can sign in guests
Right.
that can attend with them. So there is no club in the terms that you're talking about at the East Side Club or the Social Club, the VFWs. Those are all private clubs, which is why they don't have a food requirement. One of the reasons they
Correct.
don't have a food requirement. There's two, and Matt, maybe you can help with this as well.
So I remember, I'm old enough to remember, that in Utah, they didn't have liquor establishments at all. They had private clubs. And they've had a statute that allowed you to just join the club the day you walked in the door.
You can join. Anybody can join the club. It's just members only. So yes, you could walk into a.
So we could mirror that in terms of if Claremont wanted to have a club per se under the club statute, that there's no timeline about joining the club, that anybody could join the club that and walk in that day.
In terms of how you become a member, that would actually be up to the individual club.
Anyways, and that's wide open.
Their practices and policies on how you become a member of the club. There are certain requirements in terms of licensing the club. If you're, the VFWs or American Legions, correct, you have to be part of the National Fraternal Organization.
Correct.
There's certain
Right.
nonprofit clubs that can
You
be
have to have an
established.
Do you have to have an affiliation?
if you
The East
for-
End Club, what's its affiliation?
I believe the East End is a nonprofit,
Oh, it's just a nonprofit?
but you have to be established as a nonprofit for a certain
You had
period
to
of
have a
time.
nonprofit purpose ahead of time.
Correct, and there's certain timelines that you have to. I can certainly look them up, but there's certain timelines you have to stay open and be
available.
established as that.
You can't be just the weekends.
Correct. No, meaning to get the liquor license, you have to actually
You, ha-
establish
you
yourself.
had to
as
have
a-
the nonprofit, the entity had to exist for a period of time.
correct.
Sorry,
3 years.
3 years.
You have to
was
be a
that.
nonprofit
right.
for 3
so
years.
that you
Thank
could have some organization that's in Claremont that's been around for 3 years, that they could create a club, and they would be free from the food requirement.
Right, but there are none. And again, this isn't just about Claremont. This is about every municipality in New Hampshire. I just use Claremont as an example because of the uptown needs to be revitalized. So,
Right.
and that was an option. But this goes for every municipality in New Hampshire, and so there is a cocktail license also that does not require food, but you have to have 6,000 square feet, if I remember right, of usable
No,
space.
that's not. No, cocktail
Did we
lounge
lose
does
that?
not have a square footage requirement.
There's one that's square footage, 6,000 usable feet,
There's
open
no
area,
maybe are you thinking of a ballroom that's 500
ballroom, there you
seats?
go.
Ballroom license.
Ballroom license, that's,
Okay.
That's seating for
6,000.
500.
Yeah.
of open area, and that doesn't include your bar and everything, so that's a pretty large establishment. So, but we're looking at just targeting, a smaller, or, a middle-sized nightclub, those types of things that would allow a congregation of people to go and enjoy music or dance and then socialize.
Right. I guess the problem I have in visualizing this is that it's really, I mean, they're obviously Manchester, Nashua, Portsmouth has the type of establishments you're looking for. Okay. Are they in terms of the magnets for young people? All right. The problem is that they have the population. Okay. But more importantly, in my mind, they have the colleges that the people are looking for nightlife.
Right.
And to think that you could, that just to open up a small speakeasy, small establishment in Claremont, and Lord knows on Main Street, there's plenty of great locations they could do that. You're looking, you want to make sure it's got to have a dance floor or a stage, and you want to have and get the bands, but to get to be a magnet, having food or not having food seems the least of your problems. It seems to me is where the population you're drawing from. Where are they coming from? I mean, Dartmouth is like at least 45 minutes away, right?
Right. Yeah, roughly.
Okay, and I know Keene State's going to be, so you don't even the establishments, in terms of what you're going to do to draw people, it's an interesting concept, but I just don't see how it would work. But
So as it is right now, those people that would probably come there are already going over to Vermont. They're going over to other.
Okemo, they're probably going to Okemo.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I've been there. Sure.
Yeah, I've been to. They have
So,
some great bands up there.
And it's not always just about having a dance floor. It's probably just a space big enough. You have a small, musician in there, or just play some music in there. Just to have an area where, you're not sitting at a round table or sitting in a booth and having a discussion, over all the other, just a much more relaxed environment than in a restaurant. Because in a restaurant, if you're sitting there, you're going out there for a social event, and you're sitting there hanging around, you're costing that waiter or waitress money because they're not turning those tables over. So you can't just sit there and stay there for 3 hours having a conversation.
You want to comment on that?
I would thank you for the opportunity, Mr. Chairman. I don't want to lose focus on the reason why food is part of establishments. I know Representative, you and I have had several conversations about this last session. as I testified in the last meeting or in the full session, the burn off rate of alcohol is 0.015 an hour. We're looking at food as being a deterrent for an establishment, which I can't wrap my head around that concept. I appreciate totally what the representative is saying, and thank you for that, and congratulations. At the same time, food has always been, you've heard me testify on this before, the coffee filter for slowing down the absorption rate of alcohol in the body. We're looking to keep, you guys have me in my position to keep our communities and the industry safe. That was paramount in every conversation that I've had with every one of you. Haven't had it with your new members yet, but at the same time with the governor's office. We are keeping people safe. Our model is a safe model, as we testified before, but to look at the ingestion of food as being a deterrent for having the younger, that as you all know, because I've testified to it, people like my daughter coming to an establishment, they actually start their nights with having dinner and a glass of wine. So the food is actually drawing them to the establishment, not pushing them away from the establishment. I'm sure Mike has some comments about this, because I can see he has comments about this. But
He did.
I don't.
He did in the public hearing.
I don't want to lose focus on food being a critical factor in slowing down the absorption of alcohol into the bloodstream, and that actually equals to negative effects, negative incidents on our highway, negative effects in the establishments that are owned. It just gives another opportunity to slow that down. To your by the responsible service, but you're not controlling the absorption because each and every one of our metabolisms are different. So that's an unknown how quick that's going to happen. And it's a scary, slippery slope. It really is. So that's my 2 cents as I'm listening to all the testimony.
Okay, Representative Sullivan.
Thank you. So when you were talking to him a minute ago,
Yeah.
you were saying how you don't see how a change in this law might help Claremont. You don't see the population to sort of support some of the establishments he's talking about. But I would argue, Mr. Chairman, that it is not our job to try to get in the minds of what a business owner may or may not do to be successful in whatever town they're looking at across the state. Our job is to enable them to be successful in this state. That is the job of our Commerce Committee. And I think perhaps right now, some of the things that you're thinking of wouldn't work in Claremont, but maybe they would in the future. And maybe it would start off with something that would evolve as they became successful, as more people got attracted to the town because there's exciting things going on. Like, this isn't like you hit a switch and boom, Claremont has like the most vibrant downtown in the state. I mean, nobody's suggesting that. They do have a speakeasy though. I've been to it. But I think we sometimes get caught up in what we think a business will do, what kind of business model will be successful. That's not our job. Our job is to allow the entrepreneurs to be set free to figure out what they want to do and what's going to be successful. And I think that should be first and foremost on our thinking of things. With respect to the safety, I get it. All I can say is I've lived in communities that other states that don't require food. Montana, Massachusetts, Illinois, Germany. I've lived in all these places, and I mean, I don't know that the world is that much more unsafe in those respective places than it is in New Hampshire. I still think there's drunk driving going on here. Last I looked, New Hampshire's middle of the pack for drunk driving. It's not like we've found the secret to get low levels of drunk driving. We know that we have the highest alcohol consumption or purchases in the country per capita, largely distorted by Massachusetts coming over and buying it before you cut me off. I understand that. So what I'm saying is I think giving more opportunities is generally better, and this allows for that. I think to the extent that there needs to be a higher fee, I'm on board with a higher fee to help the Liquor Commission do what they need to do. Like, that seems reasonable to me. I mean, if what they're saying is true, and I have no reason to believe it's not, that these establishments could require extra policing, then that's something we should consider in this. And then my final point would be, with respect to food, we already have no food regulations after 9 o'clock, and the world doesn't end after 9 o'clock. You know, I agree with what the chief just said with respect to people like to go out to places. Sometimes food is the attraction; they go there, but sometimes maybe they want to go to dinner and then they want to go to the little club next door. Well, you know, those two aren't necessarily competitors as much. Some places don't want to be more than what they are now, which is a restaurant that sells alcohol until 9 and then they close down. Some places want to be something different, and our laws don't allow that. And I think that there's no reason to think that the world can exist with both being complementary to each other rather than competitors to each other. And that seems to be what we're acting as if it's like, if you have this, then all these restaurants have to close down because they won't be successful. I just don't buy that. That isn't how it works in most places.
See, that's where you're wrong. Because all the places you mentioned limit the amount of liquor licenses that are available in those towns. That's their governor. That's how they control it. In New Hampshire, anybody can get a liquor license. You can have a section of town where every business is a liquor store, is selling liquor and lots of entertainment.
See,
and I would say that's the area where people would be attracted to go to because it's got so many of those little places all close together.
With respect, Mr. Chairman, in Montana, the one we talked about last week, right?
Yeah.
Quite familiar with it because when I was in grad school there, one of my colleagues who was in the same class as me wrote his whole thesis on Montana's ridiculous medallion system, right?
Exactly.
So you say that's where I'm wrong, but the reality of it is there are plenty of restaurants in Bozeman, Montana, where I went to school, and every other town in New Hampshire, where there are restaurants that serve alcohol, and then there are just straight up bars. Now, if what you're saying is true, and the cap on the number of licenses would lead to just one or the other, there's also restaurants that don't sell alcohol. So like there are business models that work that require alcohol and that don't require alcohol, or that could be either way. And I've seen that in every place that I've lived. Same thing when I lived in Chicago. I don't know the liquor laws in Chicago, but when I lived in Chicago, yeah, there were restaurants that sell small amounts of alcohol, but that's not their primary business, but they probably make money on the mixed drink that they sell. And then there's the places that just sell alcohol. And it hasn't migrated to just primarily alcohol serving establishments entirely, with all the poor businesses going out of business. So I don't agree. I don't think I'm wrong. I think my experience living in multiple places, you see even with a cap on licenses, you see a vibrant industry of places that don't even sell alcohol and are doing just fine, just selling food and selling food into places that only sell alcohol. For example, Uptown Lounge in Uptown Chicago.
Claremont is not Chicago. Okay,
I'm not claiming that it is.
Well, that's what I'm saying. The idea is this was an economic innovation for a small town that's looking for how do we spur the economy, and in this case was how do we get more young people to want to stay in Claremont. Okay, well I right now, if you ask me what Claremont's problem is Claremont has very high property tax rates. Okay, and so why would any young person want to live in Claremont? I'm sorry.
I mean, that's New Hampshire has very high property taxes.
No, Claremont's tax rate is 3 times mine.
I mean,
Okay.
I think I'm not saying that this is going to solve Claremont's problem, but there are a lot of reasons why New Hampshire is getting older faster than every other state in the country. There's a lot of reasons, and we can go into those. What I'm saying is one of the reasons is that New Hampshire is not considered a fun place to go and have nightlife when they're in their 20s.
There are a lot of people in Portsmouth would disagree with you. All right,
I would
Portsmouth
like to
is a
meet these
hot
people because
spot.
I go to Portsmouth and everything closes down at midnight.
No.
Like I've gone there. It's like I went to the
wanna-
Young Dems. I went to the Young Dems event in Portsmouth 2 summers ago. I spoke at it. And then afterwards went out with a bunch of people who were from Portsmouth and like, oh yeah, everybody talks about literally, this is what people said to me. Everybody talks about Portsmouth being like the cool town of New Hampshire, and it's still relatively sleepy. Nothing's really open after midnight, and I saw it with my own eyes. So what I'm saying is, I understand this is not a high priority for you, but I don't even
No,
want to go out that
let's
much. But
change the
my-
subject. Here's it, because I get it. Here's the point that I'm making, and that is that he wants to. They're proposing a radical change in our law. This is a radical change. We haven't talked about what about the off-premise licensees who are going to have the food requirement. They're going to say, us too. We want to get rid of the food requirements. Okay. We're talking about something that it was instituted. It's part of our initial statutes. It's been on the books since 1934, and to throw that baby out, all right, with the concept that we're going to be some kind of economic engine, to me doesn't make sense. That's all I'm saying. But at the same time, I understand where you're coming from, is that, boy, we need to do, wouldn't it be great to do something? Why not just be enabling, okay? Why not just let people do what they want to do, and let's hope for the best? And I'm sorry, I'm not there. I'm not,
You were at one point. You tried to do this. You told me 10 years ago or whatever. What has changed in 10 years?
What's changed in 10 years is I had my head handed to me on the House floor. That was, you know what happened?
So it's not because you saw the light. It's because somebody attacked you.
No, I didn't attack that bad. Wait, I'm saying that the bill died. I didn't even get 100 votes. Okay, that it was overwhelmingly rejected by the House. Okay, and maybe you could say things are changed, but that was the second time I had sponsored it. Okay, so yeah, I'm not ready to put my name or go and support a bill when I know full well that the reality is that we have a system now in place, and it's for a reason. And the reason is, as the commission said, is that we want people to eat food. We want them to have food. And so the idea that we want to have a bar, and it was fine. And I mean, I remember the days when I was at Boston University, and yeah, Cambridge closed at 1 and Boston was 2. So yeah, we all raced back over to Boston to drink that extra hour.
We had this debate last year.
Okay, so I mean, I understand all that, but in terms of passing what I consider very radical legislation, in terms of our statute, is on this economic concept. I'm not there. That's all, and that's what the subcommittee is about. Is we're working through. We're allowed to talk about what we personally feel, and they're different from the actual introduction of the bill in the hearing. So I'm just saying I'm not there. That's all I'm saying.
I mean, I think the reason that the reason get so upset is because they have a moat around their buildings or their businesses now, and they don't want somebody to come in and be different. And their fear is that some of them might go out of business, but many of them would stay in business. They'll just change. Like, this is how it works. Like, that
Okay.
logic of changing it suggests that we have it suggests that this is an inferior law that they wouldn't have abided by had it been different, but because it was, they had to do it and we tied their hands. Well, that's not a reason to keep something on the books.
Okay, fair enough. Representative Burrows.
Thanks. I have a question for the Liquor Commission because I share your concern about the food. And this may be a dumb question, but what's the definition of food? Would you feel more comfortable if a bar had popcorn and Chex Mix and pretzels and all that? Does
That was
that
my
count?
bill last time.
No,
What?
We literally signed that bill last time.
Oh, okay. I must have been
Yeah,
sleeping.
They want real food.
They want real food.
Real food.
Okay.
We're not feeding carbs and salt. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a would you believe. I was in the Air Force for a bunch of years. I spent 3 years in Europe. I was either stationed in or temporary duty to 16 different countries. Over in Europe, I went into a guest house, pension. Every establishment had food. Every establishment. There were no bars that I know in Europe. And I ate and drank in a lot of places, and I just drank in a bunch of places that had food. But there was no mandate to buy the food. So that's my would you believe.
Okay. I think I'll make the motion to inexpedient to legislate, second by Representative Patusek. Is there any discussion on the motion? Okay, all those in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and those opposed? Okay, no, I didn't count him.
It's not on the
I
committee.
didn't count it. Okay, let me count again. So those opposed, opposed.
On the
Are
committee.
you for opposed? Right, I'm going reverse now. I'm going reverse. Those who are
ITL.
opposed to inexpedient to legislate, 2 people. Okay. Those in support. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. I see what the problem was. Was that because you're here now?
I'm here now.
So you're not voting. That's where my number got into. Okay. So it's 5-2.
Good. It's lunchtime.
You both voted the same way anyways, so we're all set. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
See you at
Yeah.
1:15.
All right. That's it for Liquor Subcommittee.
Going over?
Yes, I am. You know, I guess I should, I never put times. No, you don't bother with times.
Okay.
Well, all I do is I usually, take a note who's on the committee, who's here. Okay, so we have Ammon, McAleer, Herbert, Spear, Hunt, Cole, Pressa, Petusek, and Salvi. No, yeah, no. No, it's,
Is it zombie or no?
yeah, and Sharice is, no, that's Salvi, excuse me. That was, it just has the wrong name. Right.
Right. I gotta go get my latest.
Yeah, so this is, this might be some points. We should invest in kids, right? You never had kids? Yeah. I never had kids. Sure, if you want. I got kids, leave it to me.
Okay, just want to make sure I have the right committee here. All right, so this is the business banking, and we have Keith, Ammon, McAleer, Herbert, Spear, Hunt, Cole, Pressa, Petusik, and Salvi. All right. Okay. All right, Keith, is any particular order you want to take these up in? See who's in the room. Do we?
So I think maybe the easiest one to dispatch is 310, which is the study commission.
Study commission. Okay.
And my recollection is we were going to discuss duties and members.
Right. Well, I don't know. I had this. It's going back and forth about 302 with the state treasurer. Invested. Would you be really upset if we just take that and put it part of the commission, have them figure out how to do that?
I think that's too much for that commission to, it's already got stable token and real world asset regulations. Those are two huge things.
Right.
to
Would you want it to be a set? Well, the only issue is that, well, I'll take digital assets and leave the precious metals, but then I found out that no state has passed precious metals yet.
Yeah.
So then I'm just saying,
So this is, if you're gonna start with 302.
yeah, let's just start with 302.
So this is my, I can pass this out.
Okay.
Hold on a second. Pass this out. This is my proposal for what to do with the bill.
Okay. Okay. So theoretically, there's only a limited amount, so people need to share.
I printed 8, so.
So theoretically, the committee is 9.
The committee's not-
So I'll share mine with John.
It didn't,
This-
change it, did he?
No, this is,
Not an amendment. Oh, it was. an
this is just
amendment.
a markup. It's not anything
Okay.
from OLS.
It's
It's
quasi.
basically stripping some of the more complicated things out of the bill.
Oh, okay. You got it all redlined.
Yeah, so all the strike throughs would be eliminated. So I can go over it on the record if you want.
Okay. Did you get it?
I'm not on the committee.
So 5 through 13 is gone.
I can share.
V is gone.
Okay.
All right,
Here, go ahead. I'm just,
All right,
I'm
so-
striking out the red lines.
so I can speak to the proposal if you'd like.
Yeah, go ahead, please.
So there are some ancillary things in here that I think are kind of too far ahead, and I don't think they make sense at this point in time.
Okay.
And that would be, so I'm on page 2, line 5. We'll remove stable coins, staking, and staking.
Yeah.
So page 2, line 5, striking stable coins. Line 7, striking staking. Line 10, striking staking as a service. And that's related to line 16, removing stablecoin. And line 25, removing that the state treasurer may engage in lending or staking. I think that's probably, those things are too far in the future and don't make any sense. If we want to simplify this bill, we remove those.
Right.
And then my final proposal is on line 18, I think 10% is too high. If we made that 5% or 2%, some reasonable maximum. So that would be my proposal. And
Something lower. So you just, right at this point, you just crossed out and you haven't put a new number in.
It's in the comment, but it didn't print out.
Oh,
So
comment.
what-
didn't
Whatever
print
number
comments. Okay.
lower than 10, we,
Some lower percentage.
yeah.
Okay.
It could be 2%,
Right. Well, I guess Representative Spears is going to talk about is liquidity.
Can I make a comment or? are we
Yes,
just-
go ahead.
I can't-
But I was jumping the gun on
Very
you.
difficult to hear down at this end of the room.
Okay.
We have two types of funding. At some point, you could say two types of funding. We have our budget, state's budgets, and we have our reserve. Gold is not immediately, it's not a liquid commodity, or if you do it as an ETF, it's liquid. If you do it as gold bullion, it's not liquid. And I don't have a problem with putting it into the reserve. Where I have a problem is putting it into the regular budget, operating budget. If we put it in the operating budget, we have we have rents, we have salaries, we have medical, we have all kinds of things that get paid every week, every month.
Right. Cash flow.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right. But
don't think-
I
don't-
see strategic reserve established. So
I
is that
can't-
what you mean by reserve?
You know, like the rainy day fund.
Is that what the strategic reserve establishment is? The rainy day fund?
Can I just say that's really just a marketing term for this bill? It's
I
not
give up. I don't know
an
what they're
actual
saying.
reserve unless the treasurer decides to make one, right? So we're not mandating it. We're just giving her the tools.
Could I make a couple
How can that
comments?
work? Okay. Yes, Representative
They,
McIntyre.
the first thing is, I don't think any of this would go in an operating budget at all.
No, it can't be.
No, it can't be. Secondly, is it even necessary to have a 2% or a 5% limit? I would think that the investment committee would make a decision. So I don't think there needs to be any maximum limit there at all. You know, they're supposed to be fiduciaries. I think they could figure it out.
Well, I'm just trying to figure out what this is first. So we don't have a strategic reserve now.
Right.
So this thing is establishing one.
So this is being talked about at the federal level and many state levels. They're talking about having states and the federal government have the ability to weather inflation, right? So the U.S. dollar has lost 20% of its purchasing power since the year 2020, and we've had hyperinflation. So not hyper, but more than we've seen in our lifetime, depending on how old we are. Can I pass out one more thing? And you don't have to read this whole thing.
I just want to understand what we're doing here. Okay,
Yeah.
so I now see
Here's a
two
simple-
things. I see strategic reserve established,
Yeah,
and then in this section, those are all definitions.
right.
So then I get down to Roman numeral 2 on page 2, and using our favorite notwithstanding,
Yeah,
which then means, for me, that, John, here's the law. Notwithstanding this is where we start. And in here, it talks about the Revenue Stabilization Fund. Does that already exist?
well, that would be the rainy day fund.
This is the rainy day fund. Okay. I'm seeing on page 2, line 16. Okay. They invest. So this is that. So if I understand correctly, this is not the general operating budget. Okay.
Right. I don't think
This is just the rainy day fund.
A comment on that rainy day fund, remember?
Your
I'm sorry.
comment was you're okay with rainy day fund. I thought.
It could be pension funds too.
Right.
Which is
I
fine.
just want to point out one thing about the rainy day fund. 2 years ago when I started here, 2.5 years ago, it was $400 million. Today it's $250 million. And we are facing some budget shortfalls and all kinds of things facing. Who knows what's going to happen? Just caution you that it's not just sitting there doing nothing. I mean,
You
it's gotta
cautioned
be-
me to say that maybe by the end of the budget, when we get to July 1st, it might be zero.
Yeah, it could be zero.
Yeah.
It could be zero, which means we can pass the legislation, but it doesn't mean anything because there's no money in it.
No, I just wanted you to be aware. It's not
I-
something that's sitting out there. It's totally safe.
Got it.
But I would say that this isn't telling them to go and do this. And if there's little money in that rainy day fund, they're not
We'll
going to
talk
do
about
it if they need the
Anyways.
liquidity. But this is down the road. And-
One thing different about that. Right now, the treasurer we have is very competent. But any day, she could be made an offer to go into the private sector, or she could go to federal, whatever, and we could get somebody in here who's a cowboy. So we need to be able to at least, without knowing what the future is, something.
I think that there's probably an investment committee, and I also think that we probably farm some of this stuff out.
Okay.
Can I,
So-
Is that
one more,
correct, Keith?
I believe so. Can I just, I have one more thing.
Okay.
I didn't want to overwhelm everybody with paperwork. When we met with the treasurer,
Yes.
she gave us this printout. I made copies. I made 8 copies. I didn't realize it was 9 on the committee.
Okay.
The committee. If you look on page 3, if you don't have one, I'll pass mine down.
Oh,
I think I have one here I
Gonna
can share.
pass them around. Okay. Page 3.
That's a different. Page 3 is the list of approved investments according to statute and what we're trying to do is add to that list.
Right.
And that's basically it, Yeah, that's it.
Right. This is all warm fuzzies.
Did you need, do you guys have a copy down there? I can pass this down.
Mr. Chairman,
Okay.
there's two observations.
You have to speak to the mic, not to me.
There's two observations that,
The budget is ridiculous.
This is not the budget.
about this particular legislation at this particular time. And that is that
Agreements.
my understanding is we're running a $500 million hole right now. That was out of the finance committee. So I'm finding it difficult to do anything like this when we have another very, very important job. And that is, where are we going to well, we can't find $500 million, by the way.
Right.
So I've already written an essay that says we're going to be bankrupt. So
Okay.
we
So
should
that
be
means this
talking about that
legislation
kind
is
of
meaningless because we will have no money in this fund.
That's right.
Anyways.
Yep.
But that should not be a reason to stop us from doing it.
I think the context is important.
Yeah, but fixed
Oh, so that we're in denial about our deficit situation if we're going forward and trying to do something progressive and that might not happen for another 5 to 10 years. We shouldn't be doing this because we need to deal with the problem at hand.
I think we have more difficult issues that we need to deal
Well,
with.
this is not a difficult issue because it's a non-issue. If we don't have any money, then the state treasurer won't do anything.
Well, I'm predicting that's what's going to happen.
There you go. Yes, Representative Hammond.
So we none of us can foresee the future, but we can, have the best plans for meeting the challenges of the future. There's another aspect to passing this bill, even if the treasurer doesn't do anything for a few years with it. And it sends a signal that New Hampshire is open to digital assets. And there is a race happening right now between states because a lot of people, believe, count me as one of them, that digital assets are they're gonna overtake our traditional financial system. The innovation coming out of that space is going to, I don't want to say supplant, but we'll have to adapt to it, right? It's change that pretty much cannot be stopped. And passing this bill would send a signal that New Hampshire is, a jurisdiction that understands that. So there's some symbolic, benefit to it.
Okay.
A question for Keith?
Yes.
Keith, I just very briefly glanced at that, but everything in there is fixed income. I didn't see any equities at all. I mean,
No, equities are not in there.
pardon?
But again, this is under her current.
Well, if she's going to be allowed to invest in gold or silver, I think that they should certainly have equities in there as well.
Well, she's got corporate bonds.
I mean, it's ridiculously conservative.
There's a lot of good information. There's a lot of good information in that packet. I apologize for not getting it to you sooner, but I can email it.
It does have mutual funds.
But they're fixed income mutual funds. The ETFs, they're fixed income.
Right. So theoretically, everything in this list is pretty liquid.
So we're going to lose money every year.
Lose money in terms of interest, or
Pardon?
where are we going to be losing?
Inflation value,
Inflation.
Yeah.
Right. And but this is what we use to get our AA or A plus whatever bond rating. So what Keith is saying is that the reality is no, we're not. This is never going to happen. Even the cowboy that I can't imagine we the legislature, because we are the ones who choose the state treasurer. I can't believe a cowboy or that we would lose our mind and bring in a cowboy to be our state treasurer, but that at the end of the day, the state treasurer, to maintain their bond rating, she's going to ignore this legislation. But he's saying that if we pass it, it sends a message that New Hampshire wants to be on the front line so that if things were to happen in the future, that digital assets, because we're one of the first states to do digital assets, right? How many states have digital assets now?
We have a good reputation in that space as being a jurisdiction that's friendly. So it'd be Texas, Wyoming, New Hampshire,
Okay.
and there are a few other
But
states.
in terms of in the portfolio, no state
No
has
state
it.
has it.
No state, might venture to say, may never have it. But that's not the point that he's making. The point he's making is that if we put in there and say that the treasurer, availability that we could in the future, if all of a sudden the bond councils, or who are Moody's, who's that the rating? If Moody's suddenly changed their mood about digital assets, that we would be strategically ahead of everybody else to go ahead and take advantage of it.
We talk about being in the forefront, and 8 states have passed
You know
laws
what you are in the forefront?
to set up the
It's on your
commission.
back.
To
It's
set
a
up the same
target.
commission that we're going to be talking
This
about
commission,
next.
right?
And did it 2 years ago.
Stupid.
I think that the times of saying that we're going to be in the absolute forefront,
Well, I mean, maybe
You know,
not
we're
number
not.
one.
Could I ask, or can I inject one other thing?
I
Yes.
can't hear anything you're saying.
So I'm talking closer to my mic. Does that sound okay?
But sounds better to me.
All right. There's a lot of changes happening in Washington, D.C. right now as we speak on this issue, and the landscape is going to open up. One of the things that could benefit our local economy with a bill such as this is our state banks may very likely be able to charter these digital assets in the very near future, like within the next 6 to 12 months is my guess, and that allows our banking system in the state to adopt these new things. So that's another thing to consider.
But wouldn't that be determined that in our state bank chapter, we would have to then allow that in their section of the law? Because that's rather than a federally chartered bank, that if it's a state chartered bank, don't we have these same kind of parameters in what they're allowed to invest in? Do we have the bank commissioner here today? No. We have. Oh, we have the. Yes. Okay. Right.
I'm Seth Zaraki, the general counsel at the banking department. Yeah, there are provisions in RSA 383B that provide that sort of guidance for banks.
Okay, so we don't have digital assets at this point in there now?
Those are not specified in 383B.
Okay, so at this point, they would not be available to a state chartered bank.
I'm not prepared to say that. They're not specified in the statute.
Okay. Okay.
We have a very difficult problem. We're in a hole. The hole is, I understand, in the order of $500 million. What kind of bond rating do you think we would get in that situation?
So, as the bank department, that's beyond my expertise. I wouldn't be able to comment on that.
So you're asking.
I would have a good
You're
guess.
asking the wrong person. Yeah. So. Okay. Yeah. You want to spell out your name for her?
Sure. It's first name Seth, last name Zaraki. Z as in zebra, Oracki.
Okay.
I have a question.
Yes. Go ahead, brother.
I have a question for Keith. Keith, I did go over the notes and everything you have given by us. My question is, there are 5 states which are in the cryptocurrency, okay? Wyoming, Florida, Texas, Arizona, and New York. So my question is, have we done any kind of a research whether they are making any progress or it's good for them? It is all, whatever I read through my internet or whatever the stuff is on various boards, various groups, I don't see, they are all confused. They really do not know whether they have taken the right decision or not. So if we are getting into this and we are telling that, okay, we are going to allow cryptocurrency, we are going to allow this concept, and we as a Commerce Committee decided to go and move forward with it, isn't that we have to prove that by looking at the progress of these states, that they have done this thing correct, they have done this thing wrong, so we are going to do something better. So I really don't see any kind of research getting into this bill, that we need to push the commission in, because we have a lot of things to do. So my concern is,
So you don't like the bill?
no, not like the bill. My
Okay.
concern is basically how we can try to position ourselves that New Hampshire, being the sixth state in trying to advocate the digital cryptocurrency, that yes, we learn from these 5 states and we will be doing something like this, so that the commission has some kind of a goal to achieve, because we are just pushing it on the commission and we are saying that please figure it out.
So I don't think we're talking about the commission bill right now. We're talking about.
Yeah, we're talking about the
Yeah,
other bill,
We're talking about 302.
the state treasurer bill.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you're talking about investing it, right?
But I think let me be frank about both of these bills, okay? That both of these bills are we're actually not doing anything other than saying these are things we can consider. The commission is that we're giving them the task to figure out that if we were going to do something, what would be the necessary legislative structure we need to create. So they're going to be figuring out what is out there, what is good for us. So the commission is going to do what you're asking for, which is to go figure that out. Okay? And then come back to us, and they can come back and say, nothing, don't bother. They can come back and say, here's what you need to do legislatively that seems to be working in other states, or here's something that we think might work, that we think will work, and it will fit into the guidelines of how we operate in the state of New Hampshire. In this bill, this is absolutely the state treasurer. The state treasurer has an obligation. When she swore, when we voted her in, as you raise your right hand, she had an obligation to best to preserve our reserve, our funds, our reserves, and not make any crazy investments. So she hands out this flyer, which says this is the guidelines of what she's investing into. And as Representative McAleer pointed out, is that these are very safe instruments, to the point that they're too safe, and they're really not going to, they're not breaking out of the mold of anything that is creative, such as investing in precious metals or digital assets, let alone buying IBM stock. Okay, so that because she in the end of the day, what's the standards for her when we talk about the Secretary's of the Treasury is the standards is Moody's. And Moody's will what they're going to come in and look at where the money is and what she's doing, and saying here's your bond rating based on that. So in this case, what we're doing with both of these things, these legislation, is that we're trying to be foresighted to say is okay, how do we make people think and feel warm fuzzies about New Hampshire being the Delaware of corporations? Okay, the place where we would want to do business, where we want to be incorporated, where we want to do business, because the state is open-minded to look at these these digital assets and look at these things as an opportunity for the future. Is that good?
Yeah, that's a good explanation. I just want to remind myself actually that you'll see on page 2 of House Bill 302, page 2, line 15. There's a minimum size market capitalization for the digital asset, so it's 500 billion, which is a very large number.
Yes, again, don't speak to people, speak to the
I
mic.
need my microphone louder.
Yes.
Anybody in the
Eat the
control
microphone.
room there?
Yeah, you gotta-
On House Bill 302, page 2, line 15, there's a minimum number for a digital asset. So we're not talking, we're talking about,
500 billion.
I'm gonna say we're talking about world-class digital assets. We're not talking about the junk at the bottom, right? We're talking about, we can't buy any Trump coins, no. The treasurer would not be able to buy Trump coins. So, and it's a very liquid global market. So there's no, I don't think there's any, real concern about liquidity in a market that size. It's over $2 trillion right now. Right. But it doesn't prevent, let's say there's some other coins that are on the ascension, like Ethereum and Solana are two of the up and coming ones. Neither of them satisfy that threshold at this point in time, but maybe at, a few years into the future, they may. But that market cap is important to keep in mind.
Okay.
I have to,
Question?
If it's about the budget, Chris,
if you're going to start talking about,
Oh, this is
or
terrible. I
tell
wanna
the
see
treasurer about the composition of the assets that we managed to have, to me, to be talking about Ethereum and Bitcoin and those kind of meme stocks is literally a waste of time. We need more income. That's the only cure.
Okay.
So
You're-
we should be talking about,
again, we're not. We're talking about the rainy day fund. We're talking about if we're suddenly doing so well, and we're selling lots of liquor, and that we have suddenly have more money than can you imagine, and we want to stash it away. That if there is at that point in time in history, which is not necessarily today, that there is a market capitalization of an entity that is $500 billion. Would you say that she
I'm
should
not
not?
impressed. I'm not impressed.
Okay.
So it's what we need right now is something that's tangible, and the only way we
You're
can,
looking short term. I get
I
it.
am looking
You're-
only term.
Sure.
We need income, so
Right.
we don't need to have tax cuts. We need to have tax increases. And
Okay, right.
I'm saying we have an interest in dividends tax.
Okay, I think we had an election. We actually decided that we were going
Well,
to
we're-
go with.
we're going to regret it.
repeal
That-
the
that's
interest in
another
dividend
story.
tax.
I
Okay.
have a question.
Yes. Yes.
And
Spear.
you'll have to forgive me, you may have already answered it, but because I can't see your lips, I don't have any clue what you're saying.
Okay. All right.
Talk to me.
Yeah, just talk to the mic.
I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
don't talk to me. Talk to the mic.
We were talking about being the investment, especially for crypto, being in the revenue stabilization, which is the rainy day, which we call the rainy day fund.
Right.
But it also says
Well, the property tax.
the general fund, and that's the part I'm having a problem with.
Okay. So you would want to delete from general fund.
Or any other fund, if for now, the revenue stabilization fund is where that kind of investment,
Or any other funds that is authorized by the legislature.
if we have something authorized.
Right. but
Right
it-
now, for this purposes of this bill, it's the rainy day fund.
If we delete, yeah, so over the previous year from the general fund, right, so you want to delete from the general fund, from the revenue stabilization fund, or any other funds that is authorized by the legislature, which would be
Yes.
future. Okay. You okay with that, delete, Keith?
I'd like to run it by the treasurer, if that's okay. I'd like to run it by the treasurer to see if she will give an opinion about striking that.
Okay.
And one of the things in the conversation, we talked about pensions and long-term funds. They need to be thinking about 20 years into the future.
Right.
Pensions make sense, sort
Yeah.
of.
So I don't know if the language, if we strike that, if that would undermine that.
The problem I'm
Is that
having is
considered
working
pension
funds.
funds general fund? No, but I would think it had to be something we would then have to authorize by the legislature. Because right now we're just doing, it says from general fund and the revenue stabilization fund. So if we were going to do other funds in the future, we would have to authorize it. That would have to come back as a separate bill. Yes, Representative McLeod.
Keith, when you,
And there's good reason for that also, because they are changing things at the federal level. We don't know exactly where that's going.
Makes perfect sense to me.
Okay.
Representative McLeod.
thank you. Keith, when you talk to the treasurer, would you find out whether in fact they do allow equities in the pension funds? Because it,
Yes, certainly. Would you like, maybe we can schedule an appointment together and, because you have much more financial expertise than I do, so.
Well, I think your bill here is sort of jumping over the logical next thing, which is equities.
Right, right, in terms. Okay. So you guys will set up a meeting and have that. Chris, okay? I think that would be perfect with the two of you. Okay.
I don't think it should just be the two of them.
Well, you can come too.
I want to be there too.
Yes, okay.
Okay, then.
And Representative Spear. Does anybody else would like to be in on this one? Okay, you would be talking to the wrong person. That is true. Okay, all right. So the three of you will be a subcommittee of the subcommittee who will have that conversation. And other than that, is there anything else that anybody in here has any questions or concerns by? Speak now or forevermore hold your peace. Okay,
It's going to schedule it.
Keith will.
I will do it.
Keith will
Okay.
take care of it.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Can I be added if he's doing a Zoom?
Yes. Okay. So you
Keith, will you put me on the Zoom?
Representative Post.
Sure.
Yeah,
Who-
that's good.
anybody would
Two,
like to be on
two
the Zoom?
Dems, two Republicans. Perfect.
All right. Well, we're capping it at that?
Yeah,
Okay.
we're capping it at that. Okay.
Can I make one suggestion?
Okay.
When we do the commissions, two of this and two of that, I would like to see a professional investor, somebody that's going to do pro and con for us, because I have heard nothing about the stable coin and Bitcoin that's con, except for me. And I know there's a big, a very good argument on my side, but I don't think anybody here actually has ever been exposed to it. And I would like to see a professional person on, like a Michael Hudson or somebody like that, who absolutely knows.
Bro, this is committee. This is in our committee. This is not a commission. This is a committee.
It would
work.
be a lot cheaper to bring somebody in like that, and we get the full dope.
Okay.
May I just interject one thing?
You can invite them to the next subcommittee. Yes, Keith.
So narrowing the scope of what I think we're going to talk to the treasurer about, we're going to talk about removing general fund, right? Leaving it in or removing it.
Yep.
And we're going to talk about why isn't the list a little more expansive?
And
those two
pension,
things. Right?
the pension fund, and why aren't we including stocks? Why aren't we including stocks? Why is in the pension fund? Right. Limited to, well, it has mutual funds, but it's limited to a fixed income mutual funds. Why aren't we, just again, why aren't we including stocks? Okay, I think those are great questions. All right, now we'll go back to 310. Okay. So, all right, so the 310 is just a study commission. And what do I do with my Okay. Okay. All right. So is there anybody in the audience who represents an organization that would like to be on this commission?
How expert do you have to be?
How expert do you have to be? You don't have to have any expertise. Right. I mean, we have, well, I do see that there's 3 members of the House of Representatives appointed by the Speaker. So if you would like to increase the chance that you get appointed, it would not be unusual for us to say certain amount of those members would be from the Commerce Committee.
I would have no problem doing it with the understanding that I'm not a stockbroker or any of those kind of things, but I can do research better than it and
Right.
gangbusters.
Right. Yes. Yeah. Representative Burrows.
My concern is, and how could we alleviate that? It'd be great if they're members of the Commerce Committee. That, I mean, we've had some commissions that were, I don't know, for lack of a better word, stacked in one direction or another. So
Mhm.
how can we ensure, I like the idea of having an independent expert. Can we make, how can we make
Well,
that happen?
you got to figure out who that how you want to describe that person and make sure they get appointed. So, like I say, that if we wrote, it says 3 members of the House of Representatives and 2 of which is from the Commerce Committee, I can guarantee you that I would appoint.
Oh, you get to appoint them?
The Speaker would
Okay.
come to me.
You would, I'm sorry, say that.
The Speaker would come to me.
Okay, great, okay.
You can just say at least 2. These 2 from the Commerce Committee.
I'd like to make a comment if I could.
Yep.
The results of the Dow Commission that happened last year, or the final thing came out last year, was actually quite good. I mean, the results of that Dow Commission were good. The bill that we passed out of the House was quite good. The bill that came out of the Senate, after it got edited, took a few things out that I did not particularly like, but that's going to happen with any bill, and it's not the fault of the commission. Because the commission, actually, as I said, they did a good job. I'm hoping that we have the same kind of quality, at least the same kind of quality as we had on the Dow Commission. Because if we can get that something that good, and by the way, I did look at a bunch of the states, and there's 8 states that are setting up these commissions, have already started setting them up, so it's time that we got into this.
Okay. Great. And did you notice in terms of who they had on their commission that we don't have on ours, or anybody that you think should be
I
added?
looked at, I can give you that list because I don't remember it and I didn't bother to write it down, but I have the list at home.
Okay.
And I can bring it in but it's kind of similar to the way we have it. Although
Good.
one state did say they were going to hire professionals to be on the commission, but we don't have a fiscal note with this.
No.
So
We
I
don't-
don't know
we-
how
we
we would
don't-
hire anybody.
Right. If they need to hire somebody, they'll have to come back and get. So actually, that leads to my point is the sunset is 2025, November 12th, and I would say we should push that out a year because it's going to take a long time to get the appointments made, and I think we should give them the full biennium.
I had this similar feeling that 3 months is it's a big bite to chew in
Yeah.
3 months. you know.
Okay, so let's go 2026,
We may want to,
and then the repeal is 2026.
so line 23 on the first page of the bill, we may want to bump that up to 2.
2 blockchains?
Yeah, 2 people that are familiar with the technology, right?
Okay.
I think we could find those based on who was on the governor's commission.
Okay, good.
What's the technology you just cited? Is this the Bitcoin business?
No, this is it would be for a stable token, and that's recorded on the blockchain. So the technology is blockchain, but there's also financial pieces to it, traditional financial pieces to it.
Again, that doesn't qualify in my mind. What kind of information we need to have at the professional level?
Your homework assignment is to figure out who you think is the right person. and we'll put them on.
I have a bunch of names, but
No,
I
you
don't
can
know
no
these
ask.
people.
Don't you can go ask those names. Ask those people. What is their nature of their expertise, so that we can get them appointed. We don't. I've never seen a commission where we actually put somebody's name down. On the commission, we would have what is their title, what is their professor, and we'll add them to on the list.
Well, I could make a list, but I'm not going to go around and call and do that work. I'm just not going to. And by the way, they're going to cost money.
Well,
Then
then they really don't care about this problem. Then, if
Oh,
they're
no,
if they're going to
they're-
cost money, if they're going to just shake us down to be on a committee to help us set the framework, then
No, they're experts in what we talk about.
well, if they're an expert, that they would want to be on this commission.
Everyone I know is not from New Hampshire. So,
Oh, so
I
no,
mean-
but you don't have anybody from New Hampshire.
not yet. I mean, I would have to go to some,
Go to your friends and ask them who's somebody from New Hampshire who could be appointed.
I wouldn't trust it. I don't like the politics here. No, really, this is an area that most
Help me out
people
here,
don't
Chris.
really
You
know.
want something, and I'm giving you the opportunity to do it. You gotta have a little effort here. You gotta effort here. You unless you want me to go find someone, but how I'm sure is that whoever I find probably you won't like. So you need to find somebody. Help if you want Keith to help you, maybe I guess, but you got to find somebody who's willing to effort this.
All right. I mean, I can give you names of economists that I read.
Okay.
And who would probably give some great information. They don't know me.
No,
I'll
I'm not
call 'em
asking
up.
that they know you, but you respect their opinion.
I do.
So send to me and Keith their email addresses, and we'll contact them.
All right.
Okay. Anybody else?
Might also be people in academia.
It does have. I just see. I said, yeah, 27. One representative for the academic community with expertise in financial regulation,
That's the UNH guys.
or blockchain technology. Yeah, we have that UNH commission.
There were two.
It says or. One representative from an academic community with an expertise in financial regulation or blockchain technology. Okay.
Will you be sending out an amendment or something that says what we all agreed to here?
So the next step is taking what we've discussed here, and we would have the amendments drawn up. But that I can't emphasize enough that I'm open to anything in terms of what the commission shall study and make recommendations. Read that list. If you see something that you would like them to be focused on, you need to get that to me and Keith. Okay? So any of the tasks or the warm bodies, if anybody has a brilliant idea, please get it to Keith, and then we will have it. And then by the time, once I've collated that, we'll have the amendment drawn up, and then I'll call another
Do
subcommittee.
you want me to put together everything that the other states are doing in their commissions?
What I'm most particularly interested in is hearing what you think after your analysis of that, which items in there do you think we need to add?
Can I have until tomorrow or then?
You have a week, 2
Oh.
weeks.
Can I just
Sure.
interject one
We're
thing?
not, this is not an early bill.
So
And I'm only going to,
make
and I'm
sure.
only going to include those that have actually passed legislation.
That's fine. That's
all right,
great.
So we don't want to micromanage the duties of the commission too much, but one of the tasks could be to investigate what the other states are doing and include that in part.
We
of the
could
commission,
put
right?
that
Like,
in
Could
there.
do that,
Keep it simple, and
but I don't mind putting together a list just so that
Yeah,
we
look-
have it.
I mean that'll come in super handy. Yeah.
Okay, so what is this bill number? This is 310. Okay, this is not an early bill, so we have all the time in the world, sort of. Okay, everybody feel comfortable with that? All right, good. Okay, last but not least. Oh, excuse me. Last and least, yes. Sorry. Okay. Prohibiting the denial of banking insurance services based on any factor that is quantitative, partial, and risk-based as measured by an objective standard. Okay, do we have anybody here on 359? Who was the sponsor of this bill? Corcoran. Is this the one that he didn't show up for the hearing?
Another no-show, yeah.
Oh my God.
No co-sponsors either.
This one?
Yeah.
Is that what you're looking at?
Yes.
Corcoran, Felcher, Rupp,
Yeah.
Perry.
Yeah. Yeah.
Tom Mannion.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So as some of you were here this morning, you know, I'm not too anxious to kill things. I want to make sure that if they watch the tape, they know that we did due diligence. We didn't just kill
Well-
it because nobody showed up. So tell us why you don't like this bill.
I will, sure. The Department of Justice, the Bankers Association, the Domestic Insurance Representatives, State Farm Insurance, Allstate Insurance, Social Responsibility Organization, and Sustainability Group all opposed the bill and said that it was essentially against free trade and a bunch of other things that they said. And when the DOJ says that they don't like it, the bankers don't like it. I don't know.
And I don't like it. I don't think this, I don't think this belongs in the live free or die state.
Okay.
You gonna move ITL?
I'm do I feel like you? Okay, so our first rationale is that no one actually came in and spoke for the bill,
Right.
which is not a good thing.
It was all negatives.
Is anybody here willing
No.
to speak for the bill?
Right, I already posed that question.
No.
Notice how everybody's in the back rows here. Except the insurance department. Okay. Yes.
So I also don't think this bill is ready for prime time. There is a legitimate issue behind this bill, I think. There was and I think I shared this with some of you, that Mark Andreessen, who's a big investor, was recently on the Joe Rogan podcast. This is maybe a month ago. And he talked about how all these tech investors were being debanked. And once he came out and publicly stated that, a lot of the other, founders and innovators were saying that they were also being debanked, that some of them had to not even pursue their building a company because they couldn't find a bank that would bank them. So I think there is an issue, but I don't know if the government can solve it at the state level. I think it's going to be a federal, they have to clean this up at the federal level. And I think that's going to happen. He'll try, right? So I want to just give some credence to the intentions behind the bill. I think there are some sound intentions, but this particular bill, I don't see as us wanting to pass it.
Yeah, no, I agree that every bill has a grain of truth to it, and a rationale for why why something go through, and a lot of in terms of you say debanked or accusations that certain things are going on, but in terms of in our case we have state chartered banks, and I'm sure not the debanking is not occurring so much in our state charter banks. It's going to be a bigger bank, and I'm pretty sure those bigger banks are not active in New Hampshire. Anyways, it's federally chartered banks. In terms of the insurance portion of the bill, it seemed like they got dragged into something that really wasn't, not they're not their fault. You know, I think because I saw this as more of a financial, it's a banking bill than an insurance bill, and it seemed unfortunate that insurance got thrown into it also. But we know insurance has a problem when it comes to nonprofits, and that's, you know, another sideline. So, okay, who would like to make the motion? Representative Cole. ITL, seconded by Representative McAleer. Any discussion on the motion? Okay, all those of the business committee who favor the motion, please say aye. Aye. 1, 2, 3, 4. Gotta keep your hands up. Okay, so we're 9 to zip. It's half the committee. Okay. And with that, I will close the subcommittee. Yes. Yeah, you didn't vote on it. And just weigh in. Again, they have how many vote in favor of that? I'll make sure we don't do any business.